Good morning, everybody, and welcome. The Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners is about to begin. April 16th, 2024, and we will start this morning with the roll call by Madam Clerk. Go right ahead, ma'am.
Commissioner Barnett?
Here.
Commissioner Baxter? Here. Commissioner Bernard?
Here.
Vice Mayor Marino?
I'm here.
Mayor Sachs?
Here.
Commissioner Weiss?
Here.
Commissioner Woodward? Thank you.
Very good, thank you. We have a quorum. Commissioner Barnett, would you do us the honor of the invocation?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Dear God, as we gather here today, we pray that we are ever mindful of opportunities to render our service to fellow citizens and to our community, keeping in mind always the enduring values of life, exerting our efforts in those areas and on those things upon which future generations can build with confidence. Let us continue to strive to make a better world. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Woodward has joined us. Very good, all right. Agenda approval. We have two items. Madam Administrator, are there any additions, deletions, or substitutions to the agenda as presented? And good morning.
Good morning. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the board, there are no additions, deletions, or substitutions today.
Very good. So if we could have motion to adopt the agenda. Very good, a first and a second. Did you accept, Madam Clerk?
May we please have the second repeated for the record?
Very good. It's a first by Commissioner Weiss, second by the Vice Mayor. All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. And we have a full board today. So let's go right into the regular agenda on pages 1 and 2. All right, this is the first one on 3A1, the clerk and comptroller. Staff recommends a motion to receive and file. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve item 3A1 to receive and file.
Very good, and I have a second by Commissioner Baxter. All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously, 7-0. Now moving on to 3B1, Facilities Development and Operations. We have a staff recommendation for a motion to authorize, but here comes the staff. Good morning. All right, Commissioner Weiss, does anybody want to? Well, Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Yep, this had been on consent agenda. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve item B1A and B.
All right, a second by the Vice Mayor. All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. 3B1, A and B. But before you leave, I'd like to, Ms. Colazzo, I'd like to thank you personally. This has been a work in progress, and you have been there every step of the way to work with us on this. You've done an excellent job. Thank you. All right. Moving right on to page 2 of the regular agenda. I guess that really takes care of 3B. We've done, but we have another staff report. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. Okay. You may proceed. You're recognized.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Tammy Fields, Palm Beach County Administration. At the table this morning is David Brandt from the Housing Finance Authority, Jonathan Brown from Housing and Economic Development. Sorry, Sherry Howard. You know, I know so many Sherrys. I always, yeah.
But you won't pull your
Sherry
mic. That
Howard,
happens.
Housing
That
and
happens.
Economic Development.
Sherry number 1.
Did you pull
Microphone's a little closer.
Carla Serrano, also from Housing and Economic Development, and we're here this morning to discuss housing, one of the popular topics. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Brown at this time.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Baker. So today we wanted to begin the conversation regarding the annual action plan.
Before you begin, let me just make the announcement, sir, that this is under the workshop session that we
Yes.
are beginning, and that is 4A, which is the Palm Beach County Action Plan for 2024-2025, and the housing update for those who are following. And you may proceed, Mr. Brown. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And so, Commissioners, as we normally do, there's a two-step process with the action plan. We'll come to you today to talk about how we want to set it up initially so we can begin the public comment, the public input process. And so we're coming to you today. We're a little in advance of HUD issuing the numbers. Every year, HUD issues their final numbers. Sometimes it's in April, sometimes it's in May. But we need to start the process in order to make sure we meet HUD's timeline in submitting. So today we'll talk about the preliminary setup, how you as a board want the action plan set up, and then we'll bring the final back to you in July in order to meet HUD's deadline of August. So we'll begin that conversation today. So as part of the process, today we're going to talk about overview, stakeholders, priority needs, et cetera, including the funding strategies. And as the mayor mentioned, we're going to talk about some housing funding update and next steps as it relates to the action plan. This action plan is a one-year portion of the 5-year consolidated plan that was approved by the board back in July of 2020, and it identifies the priorities that we have, that we've submitted to HUD, priorities that are related to housing, community development, economic development, and more. As part of the goal, we're always looking to expand and preserve our affordable housing stock. You're going to hear us talk about the delivery of public service activities, improvements or funding that the board set aside to improve infrastructure and public facilities projects, not just for county departments, but also for some of our municipal partners. And then we'll talk about job creation, job retention programs within these activities. And so, again, our annual action plan will identify the funding allocation for the upcoming 24-25 formula grant year, and we're specifically dealing with the Community Development Block Grant, the Home Investment Partnership, and the Emergency Solutions Grant. There are other federal dollars, but those dollars don't go in the action plan. These are the programs we're going to talk about today. You'll hear us, and as we go forward into the upcoming meetings, you'll hear us as we lay out the process. We're going to have some stakeholder input. We're going to give get some feedback from the stakeholders on funding strategies. We're going to ultimately bring those things back to the board for final approval and submission to HUD. And these are some of the stakeholders that we typically will work with: our residents, our municipal partners, county departments, and other agencies that are active in the housing, economic development, and community development space here in Palm Beach County.
So we're now going to talk about the 3 federal funding sources that Jonathan mentioned, and we're going to begin with CDBG, which is the acronym for the Community Development Block Grant. The purpose of CDBG is to provide a suitable living environment and expand economic opportunities for low and moderate income people, which right now, or in 2023, for a family of 4 was defined as $77,900. CDB is one of our most flexible funding sources that we have through the federal government, and it allows for a broad range of eligible activities, including public facilities, infrastructure, social services, economic development, and housing rehab. What CDBG does not allow is housing construction. The second of the 3 funding sources is called HOME. The sole purpose, on the flip side, for HOME is affordable housing for low to moderate income levels. That, again, is 80% or below, or $77,900 for a family of 4. Home funds can be used for new construction, single or multifamily, financial assistance to first-time home buyers, for acquisition and rehab, and to provide a direct rental subsidy to low-income tenants. HUD requires that no less than 15% of home grant be provided to community housing development organizations, which are private non-for-profits that help impoverished communities with housing. There are approximately a half a dozen of these in Palm Beach County. The third is the Emergency Solutions Grant, or what we call ESG. The ESG program specifically serves the homeless and those at risk at homelessness or very low income. For a family of 4 in 2023, that was $30,000. ESG can be used for housing and services, including operations of emergency shelters and transitional housing, homeless prevention via emergency financial assistance to prevent eviction, and rapid rehousing to get a family into a home with first, last, and security. The funds are also used for a client management information system, which is important because it's a database that's used by providers to make sure that there aren't duplicative services provided to certain clients. HED partners with the Department of Community Services to implement the ESG program, and the county's Homeless and Housing Alliance establishes priorities for emergency shelter and rapid rehousing, and Carlos will be talking about those recommendations later. We now want to show you a short video demonstrating CDBG program successes through our partnerships with cities and our private partners, produced by our own Channel 20.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Brown, Department Director.
And I'm Sherry Howard, Deputy Director of Palm Beach County's Department of Housing and Economic Development, where our mission is changing lives and transforming neighborhoods into balanced communities.
The way we accomplish our mission is through our housing programs, our community development programs, and our economic development programs. These programs are the staple of building communities and revitalizing neighborhoods.
And we value our partnerships with our fellow county departments, municipalities, and private entities in order to see these projects towards a successful completion for the benefit of all county residents.
So come take a walk with us as we celebrate Community Development Week and as we show you some of the magnificent projects that the county has assisted over this past year.
Vita Nova is actually Latin for 2 words. It's new life. And the new life that we're aiming at is youth who are ages 18 to 25 years old who are homeless in Palm Beach County. A lot of people don't know that there is a youth homelessness problem here in the county, and Vita Nova's mission is really to help them in 3 basic areas. The first is housing, right? You can't solve homelessness without a housing answer. And then the second is education, to improve education, complete education. And then finally, employment. You sustain those things by having employment and an income. The money from the Community Development Block Grant goes specifically to help homeless youth. Vita Nova embraces the superhero theme because we really think that a lot of our youth have a hidden talent and a superpower once we get past some of the basic needs that we experience with each youth. It's just getting to that point and having them believe in that power. That is really the part that we love at Vita Nova once we start to work with the youth and see that come through. The numbers on graduation and youth completing work and continuing work are between 70 and 80% for our youth at Vita Nova. And that's just a success that I think is really helpful for the community at large. The county does a great job recognizing that homeless youth exist and they need a place to go. Affordable housing are 2 words that no longer fit together, and so their recognition through Community Development Block Grant allow youth to have that space to live. And it's super vital right now to get youth off the street so they can get back into the channels that make them successful. And at Vita Nova, we're able to have that opportunity thanks to that grant. Vita Nova would like to thank the Department of Housing and Economic Development, along with our Board of County Commissioners, so that we can take part and celebrate the National Community Development Week.
At Healthy Mothers, Healthy Babies, our mission is focused on providing access to care, education, and social support for pregnant women who reside in Palm Beach County. We do that through 8 different programs, ranging from prenatal, screening, and care coordination, through group prenatal care and maternal mental health programs, and even a Basics for Babies emergency pantry for infants. We are so grateful to the Board of County Commissioners and the Community Development Block Grant for their years of funding, specifically in our prenatal care coordination program, where we're serving nearly 70% of women who are delivering babies in Palm Beach County each year. Without your support, this wouldn't be possible.
Good afternoon, my name is Fernando Deldago and I'm the Director of Capital Improvements for Palm Beach County. Every year we evaluate our facilities to find out where our critical needs are. This year we're currently working on the Lantana Health Department renovations, which include mechanical upgrades and restroom upgrades. These upgrades are definitely going to improve the environment for patrons which utilize the facility and those folks that are disabled and in need of ADA assistance. And we are very thankful to be part of this project, along with the assistance of Palm Beach County Commissioners and the CDBG funding. So we thank you and we look forward to the completion of the project.
Through CDBG funding of $166,375, HED assisted the City of Riviera Beach with public infrastructure improvements on West 26th Court between Avenue M and West 27th Street. These improvements include rehabilitation of water and sewer mains, along with ADA upgrades of sidewalks and driveways.
As we continue to celebrate Community Development Week, we'd like to recognize the efforts of one Ramar Harvin. Ramar Harvin was the previous director for the Department of Housing and Community Development. He has spent over 20 years in this arena and approximately 19 of those years with Palm Beach County. The work that he has done continues on, and it's still what a lot of people look to as a standard in housing and community development. And so as we celebrate Community Development Week, we recognize Ramar Harvin.
Now is Vice Mayor Marino at this time.
I have a quick question. Besides us, who gets to see this video?
We're going to be going into that. There are entitlement communities that receive their own funding. There's 6 or 7 of them, Carlos.
Yes, who gets to see the video?
Oh, who gets to see the video? Oh.
We'll post the video on our website, so that way all of our partners and those that are accessing the county's website will get a chance to see how the board is allowing the CDBG and the home and the ESG to be spent throughout the county.
Sure, go right ahead, Vice Mayor.
So, just what differentiates the county giving away CDBG dollars as opposed to cities? What is the criteria that a city has to achieve in order to do it on its own and come out of the county coffers?
Okay. So there are certain entitlement cities, as you mentioned, Commissioner Vice Mayor, that receive CDBG, and those dollars that the entitlement cities use are just for those cities. In Palm Beach County, we receive entitlement dollars for those cities who don't have a large enough CDBG area, and Carlos will go a little bit more into the targets of how they qualify, but we provide dollars for the unincorporated municipalities and those with target areas.
The criteria for...
You're going to have to plug your phone in and state your name, sir, for the record.
Thank you. The criteria for a municipality to receive CDBG funding directly from HUD is a population of at least 50,000. There's 7 such municipalities within the county that do go directly to HUD for those dollars. There's another 31 municipalities that have signed interlocal agreements with the county to participate in our CDBG program.
Thank you.
I have a question. It's just follow up by the Vice Mayor. At some point during your presentation today, and it's a very important topic, especially topical for this year, is what investment do the cities share in the county's outreach for these issues, homelessness and reaching out to the youth? You don't have to answer right now, but at some point today, it'd be nice to know. Thank you. All right, you can proceed.
Okay. So as Jonathan mentioned, HUD has not made the allocations for next year, so we base our recommendations on the current year. We expect to get the new allocations in late April or May. And these grants are formula-based, so they're based on three things: population, poverty, and housing overcrowding. So this slide depicts the proposed funding strategies for the CDBG allocation, and we'll talk more about these proposals on the following slides. Starting with CDBG Public Services. HUD limits the amount of funding to public service activities to no more than 15% of the grant, which is $970,000. And consistent with prior board direction last year, we propose allocating 75% of that amount to the operations of homeless facilities. The other 25%, or $242,000, is provided to not-for-profit social service organizations, and those are listed here. The agencies listed were selected last year through a competitive RFP process that was awarded an annual contract with 2 additional one-year renewals contingent on their contract performance that they have now. And activities include services for the elderly, the homeless, impoverished victims of violence abuse, pregnant women, children of farm workers, youth aging out of foster care, and others. These activities will be included in the action plan that will come to you on July 2nd. CDBG Economic Development. These recommendations are consistent with last year's economic development organizations. The 3 outside organizations listed provides services including but not limited to technical assistance for startups, micro enterprise, and small businesses, including marketing, accounting and IT, credit builder loans, micro lending, incubator space, and consulting and financial services to new and existing minority and small businesses.
Thank you so much. I'd like to recognize Commissioner Weiss.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This time. That's okay.
Thank you, Sherry. Sorry to interrupt you, but my question is, at what point do we find out the results of how these, how they accomplish what they were supposed to accomplish last year? When do we see that?
We do monitor their invoices throughout the year, and if we find that we see that, you know, there's something coming up and we want to make sure they're on track, we have meetings with you. Is that what you're asking? I'm sorry.
Well, not exactly. I'm curious as to when we find out.
Yes.
Meaning us.
Yeah. So
and the public, yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner, so every year we have to submit an annual report to HUD, which we make available to the county. That report's due to HUD in December. So when we get the final numbers from those organizations, we make that information available.
Can we see last December's report?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
That'd be great if you could share that. Thank you.
Please make that available to all the members of the County Commission. Okay.
Thank you.
Organizations are required through CDBG to create jobs where at least 51% must be available or held by low to moderate income persons at the time of hire. I'm now going to hand it over to Carlos to review the remaining recommendations.
As I mentioned, there's a total of 31 municipalities that participate in the county CDBG program, but only 9 of those have established CDBG target areas through the county's consolidated planning process. CDBG target area is a low and moderate income geographic area within the municipality that exhibits a need for infrastructure improvements and housing improvements. Those 9 municipalities receive a local entitlement of CDBG dollars. We distribute the funds to those municipalities based on the same formula that HUD uses to distribute the funds to the county. So again, that's population, poverty, and housing overcrowding. You see those municipalities listed here and the projects which they are proposing to undertake in the upcoming year.
I have a question, if I could, please, sir. The agency that receives the most under the public services is the Legal Aid Society, and that's for fair housing enforcement. Then you look at the other page and you see that Belglade, the activity, that on code enforcement. When you give us this information as to how they are accessing the funds that they're giving, if you could also coordinate between the public services and what happens with the municipalities, specifically with regard to Legal Aid Society and the Fair Housing Enforcement. with the code enforcement in Belglade. Do you understand what I just asked?
Mayor, I believe I understand what you're saying. So there is no direct tie between legal aid services and necessarily one of the cities. So we would give legal aid dollars to provide fair housing, and they would do that countywide, not necessarily in a specific city.
And I'm sure,
It may
Mr.
overlap.
Brown, yes, just a
Yes,
second, sir.
yes.
I am sure that they are using their funds to help with code enforcement in the municipalities as well as in unincorporated Palm Beach County. So when you give us those numbers, if you could also make sure that they are tied in with what cities and what activities they should be doing.
Gotcha. So in that, I'm sorry.
We can get
Appreciate
that
it.
from the reports that the
sure.
public agencies are
That way,
giving us as to where
we
the
can tie
services are
in.
being rendered.
Great. The lawyers are helping out with fair housing. What are they doing in our municipality, specifically in Belglade? And I would appreciate that. That way we see the monies, the funding, the work, and where the success rate is. Thank you so much. Go right ahead, sir. You can proceed.
So, in order to assist municipalities with target area capital improvements, there is a special larger allocation of CDBG dollars that rotates amongst the municipalities. We call it the Special Area of Hope. It originally rotated solely amongst the Glades municipalities, but at the board's direction, it later began rotation amongst all of those 9 municipalities with target areas. For the upcoming year, the town of Lake Park is slated to receive that allocation in the amount of $347,000, and it's going to be used towards the design and construction of an aquatic center at Burt Bostrom Park. By the same formula that CDBG is distributed to the municipalities, the unincorporated area of the county receives a share of the county's grant dollars, and those dollars are made available to county departments for various capital projects that benefit the unincorporated area. You see listed on this slide the 3 projects proposed for the upcoming year. So the home program, again, this is strictly for affordable housing purposes. We propose to allocate the home dollars for the upcoming year for both rental and for sale or home ownership housing. So this would include dollars for a home buyer assistance program providing second mortgages to first-time home buyers. We also propose to allocate funds to the Department of Community Services for a tenant-based rental assistance activity that would provide a temporary rent subsidy for very low-income households, including the homeless and those at risk of homelessness. And also, as required by HUD, there's a mandatory set-aside of home funds for those community housing development organizations. They utilize those dollars for new construction, acquisition, and rehabilitation. The next slide shows exactly the dollar amounts that are proposed for those various activities. The Emergency Solutions Grant, again, is implemented through the Department of Community Services. The Continuum of Care is the coordinating body for ESG and sets priorities for the program. For the upcoming year, priorities have been identified for emergency shelter for single males and rapid rehousing for homeless families. The ESG funds are awarded to not-for-profit agencies via competitive request for proposals process, and the ESG funding recommendations, which you'll see on the following slide, would be included in the action plan that we bring back to you for approval in July. This slide depicts the 4 private not-for-profit agencies that are slated to receive ESG dollars. Excuse me, 5. And then the amounts that would be utilized by the county for that client management information system, as well as program administration. The next steps in the action plan process, after we receive the board's direction on funding strategies today, will be for staff to actually prepare the action plan document, make it available for public review and comment. There's a couple of public meetings to receive input, and then we bring that document back to you on July 2nd for your approval before we submit that to HUD by August 15th. And now we're going to move on to the next portion of the presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan.
So, and before we go there, as it relates to the action plan, Commissioners, I know you had questions as we went through the process. Are there any other questions or changes you would like regarding the action plan before we publish it and begin to take public comment on it?
Sure. We do have a couple of questions. I'm going to recognize Vice Mayor Marino, and then Commissioner Bernard and Commissioner Woodward. Vice Mayor Marino is graciously giving up her first time to Commissioner Bernard. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Jonathan and team. Real quick, on slide 16, the Lake Worth Beach Youth Empowerment Learning Center improvements, what is that project on slide 16?
Yeah, the Lake Worth Beach Youth Empowerment Center is an existing city facility down at the very south end of the facility off Wingfield Street. It's utilized as a point of service delivery for youth, local youth from the neighborhood, and they're going to do some renovations to that facility that we're.
Okay.
This facility is the one that is operated by For the Children in Lake Worth as the Youth Empowerment Center.
Okay, perfect. I know we had received some requests from Path to College. Would they have qualified for the CDBG or no?
Great question, Commissioner. So the way that the board has set up the CDBG now is there are certain categories that those dollars come in. And when we receive requests from agencies that are currently not part of the process, we look to see what unspent dollars we have available. The allocated dollars, they could have received them had Lake Worth Beach decided to take their dollars to give to PATH. And so now it's just up to us, if we have CDBG funds, reevaluate what hasn't been spent, what's available. As we know, most projects have had cost overruns, so I don't anticipate there to be a lot of CDBG left for unsolicited requests.
All right, a follow-up on, I know Riviera Beach, the Lindsay Davis Senior Community Center renovation. What's that project about?
Carlos?
Go ahead, Jonathan, if you're familiar with it.
Lindsay Davis is the senior center in Riviera Beach, and we're looking to provide some dollars based, again, on their formula allocation. They want to assign those dollars to that particular project to enhance and improve some of the parts of the structure.
Okay, perfect. Just one more question. I know on slide 21, it talks about homelessness. I was going to ask how we're doing in terms of addressing female veteran homelessness.
James is here.
James? Dr. Green.
I defer to Dr. Green.
Morning, through the mayor, commissioners. So we know that based on the point in time count that veteran homelessness overall has slightly decreased, but I'll need to go back and to look at male versus female to determine what the split is. I know that most of the homeless individuals are males, veteran homeless, but I'll come back with that information.
Yeah, the reason why I asked that question is because I was at the, I believe Deputy Mackey, they had a presentation and they were saying, like, you know, in the county we don't have places for female veterans, and so I just wanted to bring that up to your attention so that way we can take a look at that. And while you're here, I saw that there was an increase in terms of senior homelessness in the point in time count. What are we doing and to look at that to see how we can help our seniors?
We are being as strategic as possible. I know that the board some months ago approved a project through the Lord's Place for the cottages, and that will help address homelessness for seniors. And we're also looking at some other programs like senior prevention program to help with roommate matching to prevent seniors from entering into homelessness, amongst some other things. They are one of the priority groups that we focus on in addressing homelessness.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Green. Just, in the future, Jonathan and team, what I'm hoping is that as we're putting out dollars for RFPs for affordable, that we can try to micro-target to address senior homelessness, because from 2023 and 2024, I saw that was a category that had an increase in homelessness, and that's something that we have to work on. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning.
Morning.
A couple of questions on, we have the 3 funding sources from the federal government. Are each of them decided by the same formula as far as how much we receive? I know you gave us the formula for CDBG. Is it the same for home and ESG?
I do not have the formula off the top of my head for ESG or home.
But there is one.
Yes.
Okay. And do both of them come with similar restrictions? Like we have the 15% restriction on the CDBG. Do the other two have the same restrictions?
They have very different restrictions. Each program does. For example, with the Emergency Solutions Grant, there's different categories of eligible activities. All of it must serve the homeless or those at risk of homelessness. But with the different categories of activities, there are certain limitations on how much you can use for different activities. With home, it's all affordable housing. Some mandatory requirement for those community housing development organizations. So they all come kind of with their own unique set of rules to play by.
Mm-hmm. And do any of these overlap as far as, can they be pulled together for, I know CDBG can't be used for housing, but can ESG, because it has homeless prevention, and, can that be used as part of home to get some stuff built, or do they all have to be separate?
They can overlap.
Okay.
There are certain activities that you could undertake with any number of them. For example, Emergency Solutions Grant could assist a homeless shelter. You could utilize CDBG funds to assist that same shelter, either in its construction or in its operation. With home, you can develop affordable housing with it. CDBG, although you can't do new housing construction, you could fund infrastructure improvements that were necessary to support the development of that housing. So the dollars can be paired together in different ways to support the same projects or same types of initiatives.
And Commissioner, we can also pair those dollars with some of the dollars that the Board of County Commissioners has allocated, either in the Housing Initiative Program or through the housing bonds. And so we are trying to maximize that, and that'll be the next part of the presentation is some of what's going on with some of the county dollars.
And will some of the state funds be in there? Because I think we have ship and sale dollars from the state, and you're going to let us know how all that can kind of, I know
Yes.
not all of it can, but where it can, you'll explain that as best you
ma'am.
can. Okay. And sorry, one last question,
That's
please.
okay. Take your
On page 16, you mentioned that these are target areas, but the target areas that have been identified, and then they come with a specific project. Is the municipality choosing the project or how does that happen?
Yes, the municipality identifies the project.
So,
And when it's submitted, we review to make sure it meets the CDBG requirements. And then if that's the case, we present it to the board for approval.
so when it just says code enforcement, how is that project determined?
So the city, I'm sorry, go ahead, Carlos.
The city elects to use the dollars that way. When you see code enforcement, the municipality is utilizing those dollars to support the costs of its own municipal code enforcement program. Typically, they're funding the salaries of the code officers that go out on the street, do inspections, issue citations, et cetera, but there may be some other program costs in there.
And because the target areas don't cover the entire city, we have to make sure they are providing code enforcement, eligible code enforcement in the areas that our CDBG funds would cover.
So when it's an unincorporated area that wouldn't have, say, a municipal government to name these projects? How do we determine the projects in the unincorporated areas?
For the unincorporated area, Chair, we reach out to our county partners, county departments, facilities, parks, water utilities, engineering, et cetera. We make a funding application available to them, let them know we have approximately X amount of dollars available for distribution, and they propose projects to us. We go through those, review those, ensure they're eligible, look at ones that are most shovel-ready, going to have a big impact on the local area in which they're located.
And that's on page 18 where we have the current.
I can wait.
That's okay.
It's also a time limit on how fast these dollars get spent. So priority are projects that we consider shovel-ready, and we can spend the dollars in a timely manner. Periodically, as Mr. Brown stated earlier, if those dollars are not spent and we're rolling up on the time limit, then we will sweep those dollars and give them to other eligible projects that the board does approve. So it's critical that the project is ready to go.
Very good. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Vice Mayor Marino, would you like to speak now?
Sure, thank you. With the advent of HB 1365, what are we planning to do with the, I hate to use the word stockade, but the area there that we had refurbished so that we could temporarily house folks? What's our plan for that? Ms. Baker.
Are you referring to the Lewis Center 2
Annex?
Annex?
The annex, yeah.
That particular project we have looked at. When we first moved into that project, we worked with the neighbors, and the board promised the neighbors that once the Lake Worth facility was completed, we would move the homeless out of there. Please remember that we actually created the annex because it was COVID and we needed to get people homeless out of our parks. And so we created that particular one, and then we worked with the sheriff's office to make sure we didn't have another influx of homeless going into our parks, because that was critical. We utilized that. So that facility currently, it has been somewhat modified that we could house individuals in it. One of the things that we wanted to do was ensure staff that if we had a disaster, hurricane or whatever, that facility would be potentially used on a very temporary basis on putting people in and then getting them back out if they needed housing. But that facility is there. I don't know if that, and we're looking at it and having that discussion, if that's the solution to our homeless issue. That is something we will be bringing back to the board. But I do want to continue to remind all of us that this housing, the homeless issue is a county-wide issue. And we're going to need partners in order to have an impact on the House bill. And cities are going to have to participate with us as well. We just don't have enough resources in order to house all of the homeless in our community. So our for-profit entities, our foundations, we're going to be reaching out to all of them to develop partnerships so that we can address this issue here in our community.
That really doesn't answer the question. Sorry.
What do you?
Well, excuse me. On a temporary basis, can we use this facility? Now, the mayor is going no, but I'm asking the question.
We can use this facility for whatever this board determines we should use the facility for. So yes, if the board directed us to use this facility to help address the homeless crisis, that's what we'll be doing.
Now, I wasn't on commission when this first occurred, so Commissioner Bernard, you were here when this facility was renovated and put into place during COVID. And I do know that there was some pushback from the community. Can you give us a little background on that? Commissioner or staff?
Well, Audrey was here at that time. So I don't want to...
If I may.
Ms. Baker, you're recognized.
It was a very contentious issue, very. The staff met with the community continuously. I want to say for 3 years. Where's this me? For 3 years, we met with the community. We addressed all of the concerns and issues that they had. It was not only Bella Terra, but it was also Plantation across Southern Boulevard that had concerns. So we worked diligently at trying to allay a number of concerns from those communities, and we worked until we moved them out of that facility to our Lake Worth site. And so if this is a direction that the board wants to give us, we need to go back to those communities and start talking to them again.
I'm
so
just
that they
asking the
understand.
questions.
I'm sorry.
I'm just asking the questions.
Okay, that question has been asked. We have been looking at that and reviewing it. And again, this is a different board than the previous board. So whatever this board determines that we're going to do with that facility, that's what we'll do. But we do keep it in good condition so that if a disaster occurs, we're easily able to house individuals within there.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Weiss.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. So I guess, and this is really probably more of a policy discussion, but since you were talking about, housing and how we're funding it, one of the things I'd like to discuss is, when we're using grant dollars to fund specifically the rental units, and we're rehabbing them, or in some instances, we are providing substantial funding to build them or buy them, that those units stay under control or under price cost, the rental price restraints for forever. Because what's happening is we continue to invest in these properties. Some are 20 years, some are 15, some are 30. Now we just did some at 50. But we're going to lose them. And, to the extent that either the body we're providing the funding to, or in the case, I would also like to talk about the county actually continuing to own the property in perpetuity and making it available, at zero or no cost, but that it stays, forever. Because this problem is not going to go away. It's not going to end. And by allowing properties to fall off, there's an assumption that it's going to end. And it's not. It's going to continue to be something we're going to deal with for as long as we can imagine at this point.
We heard the board loud and clear last week as far as increasing the restriction of affordability period to the 50 years. And so that's the direction that we're moving with all future agreements. The one exception is going to be when there are other funding sources that are involved that may require, that are in a superior mortgage position that may require a different length of time. But we can also explore the idea of the county owning property and possibly having property management to be able to continue long-term affordability.
Perfect, thank you.
This is a workshop, so everyone here, my colleagues as well as staff, feel free to chime in on any issues that you'd like. Go right ahead, you're recognized.
And Mayor, if I can speak to
Sure, absolutely.
Commissioner
It's
Weiss's
good
comments, and I've had this conversation with Tammy and Administrator Baker. I'm not sure if you've seen, but the new HUD numbers have come out, and the Florida housing numbers. And so even though we are looking at longer term affordabilities, HUD has decided and the state has decided that the median income for the county is now $104,000. Which now means developers are able to charge more in rents. And so for a 3-bedroom, if the state and federal government say it's okay to charge over $3,300, and right now I think it's $3,342, we're trying and looking at other ways to help control that, but that's one of the other things we're fighting against. Affordability periods is one thing, and then allowable rents is another.
But
No, go right ahead. It's a conversation.
and I appreciate, and I think that's really important information, but it even goes, it speaks to the fact that if the county actually controlled those properties, it's no longer at the whim of what the federal, the state government says is allowable, and then allowing that to go up to that maximum, and can hold back, into what's really the reality of what's happening. And we know that our incomes can be skewed quite a bit in our county.
Yes, sir.
So that's a good point. So I think it even makes my point even more clear.
If I may respond to that, Commissioner Weiss, that would mean then that the county would be a landlord, that we would own these properties, and that we would control the rents as well as the availability of affordability of folks needing these apartments. Do we have any situations like that in the county where the county government or city government, for that, owns property and rents as a landlord?
We have had situations in the past, for some that remember the old Palm Glades project, that it's Glades Glen now, I believe. That are Grand Lakes. It's changed name several times. The county did take ownership for a period of time when we did a foreclosure and assumed, but I don't believe we've got any current that we are the landlord and are renting out, but it is an option we can explore.
That's an interesting option. Ms. Baker?
We have one property, I think it's just north of Palm Beach Lakes. The board allowed us to do an emergency purchase because the owner was going to sell it market rate. What's the name of it? I'm sorry.
Program Reach, that one.
Reach?
Yes.
Program Reach.
It's 17-unit complex. It was a not-for-profit that had it. We had some funding in it, and we had first right of refusal. Otherwise, they were going to sell it to market. The board did allow us to purchase the property. However, we maintain it because it's our property as far as renewal and replacement, the heavy stuff. But we also Adopt a Family, if I make no mistake, is the entity we contract with to actually operate and run the property. We have say-so in the rent, but they charge enough so that they can operate and maintain it on a normal basis, but the heavy stuff, the county is still responsible.
Is that what
I
you were
don't think we
referring-
want to be in the,
Okay.
I don't think we want to be in the landlord business. I would not recommend that to the board.
Okay.
But I would, this particular scenario, as we see opportunities, we will definitely be bringing it to the board for consideration.
Okay. That's a good point, Commissioner Weiss, and I'm glad that we've got an answer to that, and something to explore in the near future. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. A few things. Hi, everyone. A couple of things came up, but to answer Commissioner Marino's question, so the site that is near the fairgrounds, I had actually previously discussed with the administrator potential uses for that site. And so because the residents close to there, we promised, or not we, this board, but a previous board promised them that if you dealt with this, if dealt with seems harsh, but they didn't want a homeless center next to them. And they sent email after email after email stating as such. And even after I took office, they reminded me of that promise several times. And so I was fortunate enough to be able to tell them, hey, guess what? We kept our word. So I really don't want to go back on that word. I plan to, and this is kind of beating me to what I would like to do, is reach out prior to taking any action on that site, the residents, and see if they would oppose a facility that could help. We have a huge opioid crisis, addiction problem. If they would allow us, or not allow, but you know what I mean, if they would be okay with that, because that type of facility would keep an addiction recovery, the people there in there where the biggest complaint that we had is that the homeless center, rightfully so, people could come and go, and they were having problems in their neighborhoods from people. And so I guess I just wanted to reach out to them first before we, but answering your question, so it has been a discussion. It hasn't gone anywhere because we're still kind of in the phase of, I want to hear back from the residents before asking this board to support anything. But thank you, and just trying to, this is where we can talk, right?
Very good, thank you.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I just have a list.
You go right ahead. This is a workshop.
Thank you.
Conversation.
Of course.
Wait, hold on. Vice Mayor, do you want to be recognized at this point?
I do, because I want to actually add on to that conversation.
Go right ahead, Vice Mayor Marino.
As we had just said, when we have a facility that we do not want to be the landlords of, and we partner, like you said, with Adopt a Family, is there a possibility with something like this, if it were to be a center, a rehabilitation center, drug and alcohol, we could partner with an agency that does that. That's what their job is. So we actually are not landlords per se, but we now have a partner to handle the situation. So that's following up and actually bringing everything together.
Ms. Baker, I'd like to recognize you
Simple
at this
answer
point.
is yes. And that is exactly what we would be doing. We're currently talking to the healthcare district. There's also the committee that's going to be making some recommendations, and this will be just a tool, if possible, that will be in the toolbox to address addiction, whether it's opioid, alcohol, crack, all of it would be considered. There are different types of restrictions, and it will depend upon who we contract with, the board's intent on that usage, whether there are people referred by judges and they can't leave, they must stay in order to complete the program, or it is an option where they can come in, receive help, and can leave whenever they want.
I think from the neighbor's perspective, and Commissioner Baxter stated it well, sorry, I've got something going on here. Keeping it contained is what's most important. And whatever we do there, that would be one of the priorities for us. And I don't mean contained in, jailing people. I mean contained in, we don't want transients. Again, I think that's what affects the neighbors the most, is the comings and the goings. So I think anything we do to make that facility useful is important to us. I mean, because basically drugs and alcohol lead to homelessness. And if we can help the problem, maybe we can be part of the solution. And thank you for letting me interrupt.
And this is something that we're going to be bringing back to the board in a workshop in May, the Behavioral Health and Substance Use Disorder Plan, because so many of the substance use disorders also have the mental health disorders associated with them. So that is a planned discussion in a workshop next month.
Very good. That would be
Thank you for that.
excellent.
That's really helpful to know, because now I can plan accordingly and reach out to the residents, so hopefully have some information to bring back to the board by then.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Baxter. I'd like to note on this conversation that, are you done, everybody? Ms.
I
Baxter?
was
No, go
just-
right ahead, Commissioner, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And so on page 15 of your presentation, the economic development, I'm not sure, where's some of the Center for Enterprise Opportunity, like these dollars, what exactly are these? Is this a facility? Is this operating? Is this?
It's not the TED Center has a facility in Delray Beach, but CEO does operate where they are primarily doing credit builder loans, micro loans, and they do a lot of technical assistance for businesses, for very small businesses.
Which?
West Palm Beach.
So the technology, okay.
The TED Center is.
I got it.
Okay.
I guess what I'm thinking is, I had mentioned earlier that some of these dollars and different resources could go to infrastructure. And we had recently been able to get demucking added to some economic development things, but I believe that was a state level. I'm wondering if there's any of these dollars that would be applicable to that as well, to help some of the economic growth out west.
CDBG dollars could be used for demucking if the ultimate use of the property that was being demucked met the CDBG requirements as far as eligibility and serving the program objectives.
Amazing. And so is that something for your action plan that would need direction to be added?
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Baker, did you want to say something?
If it is a project that is going to be eligible, then demucking would we wouldn't necessarily need the board's direction. However, that is an excellent topic that we need to discuss with the things going on in the Glades, and we may need to just set aside a pot of funding to help with eligible projects, whatever that criteria may be the board approves, and then set aside those dollars and not necessarily depend totally on CDBG funds, because it's expensive, and we're addressing some of that in some of our projects. But it is an issue that we're going to be bringing to the board and potentially setting aside some funding to assist projects.
That would be amazing. I mean, we know that they need housing better than anyone else, and what really keeps it unaffordable is the demucking. So anything we could do to help them would be amazing. Thank you, Mayor.
Maybe that could be on the agenda in May when you come back. Is that what you would like, Commissioner Baxter? That way we have a...
I'm understood the administrator, so correct me if I'm wrong, that they're going to look at and bring back to us during budgeting, setting aside
Very
a
good.
pot of dollars.
That pot of dollars was
for
caught your attention.
demucking
Yes.
to help with the
Excellent.
housing out there.
Thank you very much.
And any project
Yes,
that
Ms.
has demucking as a
Purpose?
a purpose or a criteria to be able to build it is included and is eligible within the project expenses. So we do understand that the per unit costs in the Glades area tends to be higher because of that issue, and so that is incorporated within the project budget.
Thank you. And there was one last, if you don't mind,
You go
Mayor.
right ahead. This is a workshop.
Just because it was mentioned, and more informational, I would like to know, would we also be considered a landlord? So I know out in Belglade, our building, our governmental center, we have, has empty office space. And I've had state house reps, senators, different people that are representatives who would love to have an office. If we allowed them an office, is that still making us a landlord?
If we collect rent.
Yes, that would make us a landlord. This is a continuing issue, not an issue. It's a continuing request over the decades that, different legislators wanted offices within our buildings. So far, boards have not approved that because, we are limited on our space. Now, the Glades is a different topic, but on the east side, we're very tight with space, and so prior boards have not allowed for it.
So, and I don't know the boards, it's another government, it's a service to our residents, and so, and I don't want to get into the landlord business. So again, I guess it's our building. So is there a way that we can allow to help our representatives get closer to the residents, to help them? Because we know the area out there, there's not a lot of space. And so Belglade even, I think, rents in their facility an office to one person here or there and so on. So I don't know if that's something, if the board's like, oh, nope, that's landlord space, I'm done. I'm good. I'm just asking the question because I
Sure.
know that it's
I
so rough
understand.
out there.
Commissioner Bernard?
Space.
I-
Recognized?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I know for me, I know in the city of West Palm Beach, they allow I think Senator Scott and I think Senator Rubio's at the city of West Palm Beach. So I don't know why we're not allowing those individuals potentially in a county building.
I rented from City of Delray. I was in the City of Delray City Hall with my Senate office, and who had precluded me was a congressional office. So possibly, unless there's an ordinance that definitely prohibits a lease to another government agency, this is something that we may want to propose. So would that be something that have to come before the entire board if we wanted to rent a spot? Okay. So my colleagues, if there's space, maybe we would want to rent.
Just a question, process-wise.
Sure.
How does that, so if they're asking for it, then does it get put on the agenda and come to us? How does that work? Oh,
Maybe we would put it on our comments.
Yes,
Ms. Baker, what do you say?
That would come back to the board.
We could determine then on an individual basis, well, I know, you know what I mean, like,
Yes, I know.
every person asking, and then so, it's not just a blanket, or, I don't know what's best. That's your department.
Well, now we've taken care of that. Ms. Baker, let me just say this, and this is a good issue to bring up in a workshop. If somebody has a potential tenant who is a government agency, then why don't we discuss it with Ms. Baker and put it on an agenda, and then we can take care of it at that time. We'll take it on an individual basis.
I think our next workshop, I think it's next, with the governmental center, airport, and all of that, will give you a better idea of where we're going and the direction that the board gives us, whether we will have space. Today, we don't have the space on the East Coast. We may have it on the West Coast, but we don't have it on the East Coast.
When you talk about the
We're tight.
West Coast, are you
The West
talking
Coast-
about
the west
Lake
portion-
Lakes here now?
Yeah, we're
I mean,
close. we got
we
the lake
own land
on
out
the
there
west side, so we've
West
got a
side,
water
east
body
side.
over there.
Okay.
So you can give us further direction, and then we'll look at it and come back to you.
Well, go ahead,
Yeah,
Commissioner
but
Bernard, you like.
I don't think it should just be West Coast and
East Coast?
I think it's just if it's available and it's
Yes.
a good thing for us, like for instance in the South County Municipal Complex, it's barely used. So if someone wanted to use that space, to put an office, what's the reason for it not to be?
I think maybe if somebody has
We don't want
an
East
available
Coast
tenant.
bias.
What's that? What'd you say?
We don't want East Coast bias.
Nah. I'm sort of right in the middle, so I can take care of that. I think Commissioner Baxter brought up a good idea, and Commissioner Bernard brought it home, which is basically, we have an available tenant. Let's bring that before the board, and we'll make a decision at that time. This way, we don't have a law or an ordinance that says absolutely not. And we'll make that decision at the time when we have an available tenant. So thank you very much. Okay. You still have stuff to
just a
say,
few
don't you?
slides left.
You go right ahead, go right ahead. It's good.
And so, back in February, the board had directed our staff to provide a housing update, a housing report. And so we just wanted to go through some of those items within the report. You should have a copy of the report in front of you. And you'll see, it's really an 18-month report, what has happened, what has been awarded over the last 18 months. And to Commissioner Woodward's question earlier, the programs and funding sources we will discuss will include the ARPA dollars that came from Treasury, the CDBG CV dollars, you'll see ESG SHIP, you'll see local dollars, whether it's impact fee assistance, and we'll talk about our housing initiative program dollars. And one interesting source that we still have from the Housing and Economic Recovery Act of 2006, 2007, which is our neighborhood stabilization programs. And so we'll talk a little bit about those as well. So over the past 18 months, this board has awarded over $44.8 million in housing projects. Just over $33.5 million has gone to developers who will create approximately 751 units, and just over $11 million have gone to individuals where we've assisted 205 households. And I'll preface it by saying that's just what's happening in the Department of Housing and Economic Development. We'll hear a little bit from David Brandt with regards to Housing Finance Authority, but we don't include all of the great things the Community Services Department is doing. So this is just Housing and Economic Development. So with those dollars, you're looking at approximately 956 units, $44 million, $44.8 million in assistance. And so, as we were talking earlier, and Commissioner Bernard had mentioned about some homeless dollars that we can use to target some of our seniors. So we've funding that's been offered but not yet awarded to date, $7.3 million for developers. That still includes just under $4 million of our home ARP, which is to target the homeless or those at risk of homelessness. And so we have just under $4 million available to nonprofits to help with creating housing for that population. We've shared that with a number of organizations. We've had a lot of conversations with organizations. That pot started with about $8 million, so it's moving, but it's not moving as fast as we would hope. And then there are other dollars there, NSP and workforce and impact fee, and we'll talk a little bit more about that coming down. There's still about $7.6 million available for our individual housing assistance, and that's kind of an interesting number because we can award dollars to individuals that are looking to purchase homes. Then they actually have to find homes that are available for them to purchase in price ranges. So we're putting dollars out there, but there are times where individuals are struggling to actually find housing that's affordable to them to purchase. And then we have completed the process of issuing 3 housing bonds, one for sale housing, one for workforce rental, and one for affordable rental. And we will be bringing back to this board in May recommendations from those RFPs. So over again, this time frame, the housing program funding balances. So we had approximately $187 million to work with. $137 million of those dollars have been committed, and we still have approximately $50 million available. And this is how what's available, how that works out. 35 million of those dollars are dollars that come through the Housing Initiative programs funding, and those are the dollars that this board is generous enough to allow us to use, as Ms. Baker has budgeted over the past few years, to assist housing projects. Over the last few years, with the influx of federal dollars, whether it's been ARPA, CDBG, CV, Home ARP, and other programs, we haven't had to access those dollars, but now we're looking at projects that may not qualify for existing programs and to see if those dollars will now be of benefit to those projects. As Tammy mentioned, Commissioner Weiss, we heard the board last week, and so within that, those county programs, the HIP program, Housing Initiative Program, we have a 50-year term as a minimum. So you'll see that those are loans, similar, Commissioner Bernard, to how we've done with the housing bond. They'll range from 0 to 3%, 0% for nonprofits, 1 to 3% for for-profits, again, based on debt service coverage. And those will all be loans that we propose to be repaid, so the board would continue to have that source to help projects in the future. And then Neighborhood Stabilization Program, again, from the Housing Economic Recovery Act of 2006, 2007. The county was very deliberate in when NSP was developed. One of the things that was developed was a first mortgage program. And so as we administer those mortgages, payments come back in. And so at certain points in time, we'll have dollars available to use not only for housing, HUD also allows us to convert some of those dollars to CDBG, and hence we were able to fund Gramercy through NSP converted to CDBG. And so the county's ability to use it as a first mortgage gives us another revolving source that we can use over the years. And then our Workforce Housing Trust Fund. There used to be a lot of money in that account. Over the years, we have provided a number of down payment assistance to those buyers. I want to say we were somewhere upwards of 10 million. Now we're down to 4.4 million because, again, we're seeing that those buyers, although they don't need a lot of dollars, a lot of them still need some form of assistance, down payment assistance, even when purchasing the workforce housing units. And I'll now turn it over to David Brandt from our Housing Finance Authority.
Right before you turn it over to him, I'd like to recognize Commissioner Woodward and then Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you. On page 25, so all of these units, just help me out here. We have affordable housing and then we have the workforce percentages. So as far as what the AMI, all of these units that we're helping, this 956, is what percentage income are we?
So great question on that, Commissioner, and I'll distinguish it between the SHIP funds that we use give us the highest AMI. It'll go up to 140% of AMI. While this does not include the county's workforce housing program, which is totally separate, we are able to assist individuals up to 140% of the area median income. And I don't know if we have in the report the breakdown between what's 80% and below versus what's 80 to 140.
We do have that, but we don't have it represented here. But so just as a clarification, Planning, Zoning, and Building administers the workforce housing program. The only portion that we take part in is when they pay their in-lieu fees, and we use it for down payment assistance, which is why you see it in here.
Okay, so that, and the 140% with the new HUD numbers, how much, if this were a rental unit, did you say 3,300 a month was the?
Depending on the household size, and so if you're at 120% of AMI and a 3-bedroom household, the max rents can be charged as $3,382. If you're at 80%, and typically we'll say a household of 4 at 80%, the max rent that a developer can charge, if I say a 3-bedroom, would be $2,227 a month.
And that's at the 80%?
That's at 80%.
And that gets adjusted every year based on HUD numbers, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Wow, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Jonathan, real quick, on the, you said there was like about 7.3 million. Is that for the, that we can use for lower income?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And, so there's about $3.94 million left in those home ARP dollars that we can use for those that are specifically homeless or at risk of homelessness.
And so are we able to, like, let's say in an affordable housing development that's got 60% of AMI, can we include like more units for the extremely low income using some of those dollars, or no?
Yes, sir, as long as the developer is going to set aside units for those that meet that qualification. We've seen projects come in that wanted to do units, but they weren't targeting homeless or at risk. As long as they're targeting homeless or at risk, and HUD has a few other targets there, then yes, sir.
Yeah, because what I'd love to be able to see is, like in some of these RFPs in the future, if we can say, hey, we'd like to get, let's say, 10 units at that extremely low income, so it's part of that affordable housing development. So it's kind of like us incentivizing to include it in those developments if it's possible.
Yes, sir.
And we do, basically award people that put in RFPs if they have lower income targeting, so they get more points from the selection committee. So we do look at that in the scoring criteria.
Yeah. So, but if it's possible, if we can say, hey, we'd love to, to add 10 more units to include in there, so in that way you're incentivizing the folks to include it early.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So that'll be done.
Mayor, are we, based on, I can't miss
Sure.
this opportunity, we can incentivize and in certain areas kind of require, because we incentivize if it's not not in their portfolio, we won't see that happen. We haven't had that opportunity in the past. So if we can give major carrots through incentives, even if it's just my SROs, our efficiencies, that we can suggest strongly that they include X number and then provide the incentive dollars to do it.
Well, so for me, I'm thinking from like a housing authority perspective. Let's
Okay.
say you're able to work with the Palm Beach County Housing Authority or the West Palm Beach Housing Authority. If you can include
Okay.
some funding for the extremely low income, and then plus also if they're able to add, let's say, project-based vouchers on there, then you can at least get more of affordable that are
Units.
extremely low income in there. So I wouldn't
All
make
right.
it a requirement, but I would just try to figure
Just thought I'd
out
ask.
how to incentivize it so in that way you're really working to get the extremely low income in that development.
Yes, sir.
So let me take that a step further. Can we do that? Is this something that we can do as Commissioner Bernard suggested? This is a workshop, and I think it's an excellent idea. So it's going to be done.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Good point. Thank you, Commissioner Bernard. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. My question was answered. I just didn't turn my light off.
Very good. Okay.
And Mayor, we have one other slide. David Brandt, our Executive Director, the Palm Beach County Housing Finance Authority.
Very good. You're recognized, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Very quickly, what the Housing Finance Authority does is it issues private activity revenue bonds to developers, both for-profit and non-profit, for the construction of affordable rental housing projects. And under the Internal Revenue Code, there's a minimum requirement of 20% of the units at 50% of AMI, or they can elect to choose 40% at 60% of AMI. Once bonds are issued for the project, and if the total issuance of bonds is at least 50% of the capital cost of the project, then the project would qualify for the 4% low-income housing tax credit.
Do you want some water?
No, I'm good,
You
thank
okay?
you.
All right.
And what that low-income housing tax credit does is it provides about a third of the cost of the funding for a project. So that's a critical aspect for any developer doing a project, and most of them elect to set aside 100% of their units at 60% of AMI or less. Now, the code for bonds requires a minimum 15-year set-aside period, the same thing for the housing tax credits. However, when you get to the end of the day, there's a substantial gap in the funding sources for these projects that has to be filled from a governmental source. And up until just recent years, that primary funding source for projects in Palm Beach County was the Florida Housing State Department Incentive Loan Program. Typically, they set a term of at least 30 years. They're up to 50 years now. But with that said, I think, thank you.
Take your time.
With that said, in consultation with Administrator Baker, our board has elected for any project going forward that our minimum requirement for bonds would be at least 50 years. So that's a standard that we're now setting. In terms of what we've done over the past 3 years, in order to issue those bonds, the authority has to have what's called private activity bond allocation. That allocation is the formula for that is set by Congress. It's based on population. The state gets a certain allocation, and by state law, Palm Beach County as well gets a certain amount of that allocation each year. In fiscal year 2022, the total of both New construction and rehabilitation units funded that year was just under $39 million. That represented about 50% of the private activity bond allocation available to the county. So what we did with that unused 50%, under the code we can do what's called a carry forward, and it will make that allocation available for the next 3 years. In fiscal 2023, the total bond issuance was about $69 million. That was about 75% of the allocation for that year. And now we get to 2024, and we're looking at, a backlog of about $210 million of projects that we're unable to get gap financing from the state. Fortunately, with your efforts and the approval of the electorate, we've got a GO bond issue that's going to be able to provide that source of funding. And with the combination of carry forward and the current year allocation, we'll just be able to cover that roughly $268 million of potential bonds. We didn't plan that, but it just happened to turn out that way. But with that, we're looking, over the past 24 months, and then going forward into 24-25 of producing close to 1,400 units, affordable rental units.
Thank you, sir. We have some questions. Going to start with Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. Quick on the light today. 2 questions. One, how much of these funds that you've given to us today are recyclable? Like their repayment, some of it will come back to us, and how much of it versus it's spent, it's gone?
For the most part, we look to provide loans, but when we do come, all of them are loans, whether they're forgivable or repayable is going to ultimately be up to the board. When we are targeting those very low and those extremely low and those nonprofits that are doing that, you'll see where we may recommend a 50-year affordability period with no repayment, provided they meet all the requirements. So oftentimes it depends, one, on the funding source, but it also depends on the target population of that developer.
Okay. But some of this does come back, and when it does come back, it goes back into the same fund and the same restrictions apply?
It comes back into the same fund, and so if it is SHIP dollars or state dollars, then when it comes back, it'll come back as SHIP program income, and then the state will have its still requirements that are associated with that program income. If it's federal and those dollars are repaid, then it'll come back with a program income restriction. Typically, we follow the same guidelines with program income as we do with the initial allocation.
And that doesn't change our future allocations as far as what, it's a formula, what's going to come to us every year. Okay, how do we monitor compliance on our deed restricted units that are affordable?
So if it is a multifamily project, we monitor every year. Typically, we're around 20-25% of those units, assisted units, that we're going to get in. We're going to come in and monitor to determine a number of things. One, do we have an eligible person living there? Is the rents that are being charged, do they meet the program requirements? And so we do those every year on the multifamily. On the for sale units and on the rehabilitations, foreclosure preventions, there is an annual certification form that we send out to get information on the resident that's there, confirming that the individual that was originally assisted is still living there. That is one area that, we feel the weight of that, because again, when you have an affordability period for 30 years or 50 years, you're monitoring for 30 years, 50 years, whatever the time frame is. And so that's typically the process. It's a process.
So the sort of to get recertified, I guess, to prove that that person's still there, are they still income verified?
If it's an individual that we assist to purchase or rehab or foreclosure, They don't necessarily have to be income eligible ongoing. They just need to be income eligible at the time of assistance.
What about rentals?
Rentals, they have to be income eligible. If they're not income eligible, depending on the funding source, HUD versus local, there may be some guidelines that say, okay, they're over income. Here's a time frame that they can remain. Here are the rents that you can charge, those things. But we do we don't want to make anyone unsheltered. But we do encourage our partners that as families and individuals continue to grow in their income, that they assist them with finding a more suitable, living situation, so that way we can free up that unit for someone that does need that income restricted unit.
So do we actually have like a policy or procedure for people who are, I guess, graduating, for lack of a better word? I mean, we want people to do better, but we don't want them to also do better just enough and then they're in trouble and they can't find another place. Is there sort of like a stepping out of it?
There is, again, and most of the policies we have are going to be based on the funding source. We don't necessarily have anything individual for the county because HUD would dictate how we handle those situations if it's HUD dollars. I think the state probably does not have anything, gives us some flexibility or liberties from the state's perspective.
Okay, and this is just HUD, all of this is just affordable, not our workforce housing.
It's not our workforce, it's not the multifamily workforce, it's just the, we work with the for sale portion of the workforce program.
So do we have a similar monitoring for our workforce housing? Anything that's been either required through development or?
Yes.
What? I know it's a different one. I want to make sure that the monitoring's the same.
Mr. Rutter, do you have something to say on this?
Good morning, Commissioner. Yes, so a little bit of a different program, does follow a lot of the practices that HED performs. We just made some changes in our code to tighten up how we perform our monitoring. We found some things that did need to be tightened up. A lot of it was as much a function of scale, the number of units. We're well over 1,000 units that planning staff is monitoring right now. We've tightened that up. Also begun working with HED to develop some more consistency in how we perform the work and outsource some of that monitoring as well. So hitting it on a number of fronts.
So will you be working together as far as the database that for our residents to know? I mean, because some of it will be qualified workforce housing versus affordable. They don't really care which one they fall under. They just know they're 120% or.
Correct. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Pat, you might not want to sit down.
Almost.
So my question was actually, it was a perfect segue to the workforce housing that we at the county do. And several times over the past year, some people involved with the Economic Council, some builders, some land planners, a number of times I've heard that our rental program seems to be much more advantageous for them, and they've explained it. But I mean, as a person, I'm such a firm believer in home buying. And there's something in our code, and I'm not the expert on this, you guys are, that really makes it it doesn't make it, it doesn't incentivize them to build like ownership properties. And really, if we're trying to truly help people, I mean, that's a good, like, that's a buy-in. So I would love to hear if my commissioners have come across this at all. I would love to hear their thoughts on, I mean, are we just incentivizing, are we going to just incentivize rental? And I guess the question for you, what have you seen? Have you seen much more rentals versus ownership go through the building department?
Certainly by sheer number, rental's going to show up more often. For sale product has been extremely difficult. And boards, I think this board and previous ones have given us some pretty clear direction on points of not allowing buyouts and other things for communities that did have workforce obligations for sale, and to not allow them to buy out. We have tweaked the workforce housing code to try and incentivize. We've lowered the percentage of obligated units on for sale products.
I guess, sorry, Pat, I'm not talking about the amount of units necessarily. I'm talking about how the ownership program itself. You know, one thing that's just popping in my head, and this is a conversation that happened a very long time ago, is that I guess if the person who is there is supposed to be there at least 15 years, from what I understand, if they're there 14 years and they sell it, the whole program starts all over again.
Correct. The deed restriction on the workforce housing program is a 15-year deed restriction recurring. 14 years and 364 days, it would start over again. 15 years and 1 day, the deed restriction would fall off.
I guess so. I ask myself, as somebody who, you know, a small family starts out, or a couple, you buy a place. So now, 15 years, you have zero, like, what if you have 3 kids in 15 years? Or, I just wonder if there's somewhere we can help incentivize some future potential, if we're going to have workforce housing, to just, with the lack of, to your point, it's been really low, how do we help our residents, and how do we fix this to help them, I guess is my...
And I think you were kind of go down the road, if I'm hearing you correctly. One point was on a resale, capturing the value that you might have otherwise seen. It was a market rate unit. 2 points on that. One, we adjust the price every year, so it captures values. Does it capture the market value? No, it doesn't get there, but it does increase.
And I'm not saying that's wrong, but I'm saying it's not working. If it's hard to develop or get the builders even to want to build it. And so I'm not saying that I have the solution. All I'm asking is that if we know that they're not wanting to build it, how do we help them want to build, you know, some units for purchase, so people have more incentives to do that? And I would love to hear your answer and from my fellow commissioners.
And I would just say, I'll take your point. We will be back to you with additional potential changes on the workforce housing program, hear your point, and we can go back and work some ideas up as well. And as the board may bring some other thoughts along as well.
Mr. Rutter, will you do that in conjunction with staff to give us some ideas in relationship to what Commissioner Baxter said?
Can do, yes, ma'am.
Okay, excellent. Copy all of us.
Could
Thank you.
Can I address
Yeah,
what
of
you
course.
said?
Go right ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing that up, because it was one of my early discussions with the for sale versus the deed restricted rentals. And it kind of seems maybe there's 2 fields of thought when it comes to how the program works and what it's intended to do. And with, you know, if we're subsidizing, and we're subsidizing this process, and we would like to keep the units for as long as possible in the affordability range, rentals, it seems that could help people maybe get into, they're living in a home and their families are growing, they have children, maybe they move to a larger rental, eventually, hopefully their incomes get them to where they're into the market. And that's kind of where I think a lot of this could be beneficial if they're stepping in that direction. If you're a home buyer, the equity is going to be limited, and that was where the purchase of the affordable unit, it doesn't seem like it's a good option for affordability, because I think it's 3% is the step up for the equity that you can accrue, 3% a year?
Yeah, it depends on how I'm sorry.
Yeah, it depends on how the feds move it up. Like now, all of a sudden, we're somewhat skewed, but it's $104,000 for a family of 4. That's the AMI.
So if someone had been in that house for 10 years, this for sale price and that would have to keep it into the affordable range would be based on?
They could sell it to another eligible family within that price range and take the equity that has been built up based upon the increase that the feds, like if they bought it at $200,000 and the feds have increased the value, then whatever that percentage is, they would be able to take out and sell to another family. 15 years and a day, they get market. We've lost that unit. So we have explored this over the years, but what our records show, people that we tend to provide this type of housing to, for the most part, or down payment assistance, they stay in those units past 15 years. So it's a balancing act. And so, as Patrick stated, we'll continue to discuss it and bring some options back to the board. But if it's less than the 15 years, they stay in it for 10 years, they sell it, we've lost that unit to the market.
Right. And that was my questions with it, because for the person, the individual needs to know this, that if they're going to purchase this, like, it should have full disclosure and financial understanding that you're not going to be able to, you get this unit at this price and in 10 years the market's exploded. You know, do you want to stay here for more than 15 years? Then this is a good option for you. If this is something that you're only in for a few years, it's really not. And it's dictated by HUD.
It's dictated by the prices that HUD sets, sent through the state, and we use those. One of the other interesting thing, Commissioner, is, for instance, the project that was done in Delray, while those homes were selling for $280,000, they're appraising for $500,000. And so I say that to say, most low-mod buyers get their equity up front to get into our workforce housing programs and would never be able to purchase those homes without the workforce housing program. And so, as Ms. Baker said, they walk away with the equity based on the sales price increases if they move out before the 15 years. So they're finding benefit in the program because they're able to purchase a home that they would never be able to purchase except the county making this program available.
So I don't think it's a great option, but I just hope that everyone that's buying understands
It's
that
fully
they're-
disclosed.
Full
at-
disclosure.
at
Do we
closing.
give that full disclosure?
It's
Ms.
fully
Fields?
disclosed at
Oh, yes,
at
we do,
closing,
don't we?
yes.
We have
Okay.
mandatory
And mandatory
orientations.
Okay.
For this very reason, so they know up front before they
This
get
is
into
not
the
in that
process.
small print that people get for their closing that you just sign, right? Okay, good, very good. These are good points that we're bringing up. I appreciate it. Commissioner Bernard?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. In regards to this discussion, I know for me, I'm always thinking about economic mobility. So how do we provide mobility and at the same time, creating that restriction, that leaves it for, let's say 15 years. So I don't know what that is, but I just want this board to, as we're making decisions, that we're always thinking about mobility for our residents. Like, for instance, like we may have, like, I think we used to give second mortgages. It used to be a 10-year burn off where, if you held the mortgage for 10 years and let's say you sold it in 5 years and you only paid half of it. But we changed it to 30 years with no burn off. And so that was a decision that previous board decided to do, but you're not providing mobility for that resident. And so you've basically locked them in and it's not helping that resident over a 30-year period. So I just think that as we're making decisions, we need to think about how we're providing that mobility to our residents. So if they do sell, because your first home is gonna typically help you get into the middle class.
That's right.
And so, but if we are restricting those residents, then we're the ones, as our public policy decisions are the ones that are basically holding those residents back. And so just want us to think about that in the future. Mr. Rudder, I'm not sure, for the workforce monitoring, is it done by planning and zoning and not HED?
Rental for the workforce units is done by planning staff, and we're looking to outsource some of that capability as well.
So is it possible for us to eventually have it by maybe HED? So in that way, well, probably, I don't know if HED wants it.
They're not standing up to accept it, I can see that.
We've had these conversations. As we started the bond process, one of the things that we talked about was a third-party underwriter. Well, we were fortunate that we were able to identify third-party underwriters that also will do multifamily monitoring. And so we're looking at that as part of our process, and we've had conversations with administration about, expanding that also to the workforce housing multifamily.
Yeah, that'd be great. I think it's you don't want two different departments that are monitoring. It's
Right,
they're
the same thing, right?
basically the same. And then finally, on the monitoring that you do on the low-income housing tax credits, if there's if it's monitored by Florida Housing Finance Corporation or by HUD, are you still doing the same monitoring, or do you take their report that, since they have to be annually monitored by Florida Housing Finance Corporation or HUD, do you take their report for monitoring, or?
Great question, Commissioner. If we can get a copy of the report, we'll look at them. But when we use our funding sources, our funders are going to require us to monitor. And so we will still monitor units associated with the funding the board has provided to a project. And again, we'll look to do 25% of those units, of those assisted units. And if we need to do more, we could do more.
Okay, but if let's say it's being monitored by HUD, and where HUD goes in every year and they look at the units to make sure that they're meeting the requirements, are you able to get that report at all?
Not all the time, especially in the time that we need to monitor.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
And HUD frequently gives us the monitoring responsibility
Yes.
too.
What'd you say?
They come and monitor us on the project that they gave us funding to
I
give
see.
to them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. I just want to ask you, are you taking notes so that when you come back in May, we can?
Copious.
Excellent, thanks, Ms. Fields. I know Commissioner Weiss wants to say something, but Commissioner Baxter, you look like you're right on point on this issue.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I was just going to respond to Commissioner Woodward's, because I do think, there should be rentals, but I like options for our residents. And so I think, but the point I was trying to get at, whether it's a graduated to the 15, I don't know what that looks like. I do understand they'll have some form of equity, if they leave before the 15. I don't think they should be at market, obviously, because they're getting it at a reduced cost. Absolute, right? That's just how, but incentivizing, what I was talking about, is through our building code. Incentivizing people or builders to want to add them and not just make them all rentals, I think is what I was getting at. So we do have more options because we have such a low amount. I don't even know what that number is, but I know that it hasn't been a lot for purchase units. And so I just wanted to clarify if we could get something and give us options. I think that would be something that maybe the board would like to consider.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Baxter. And Commissioner Weiss, you're going to bring us home.
Thank you. All right, a couple questions. So going on to page 27 and looking at the loan construction amounts on the new construction. So in fiscal year 24, you're going to do 489 units at 210 million.
Right. The big difference, obviously, between new construction and what we call rehabilitation here, that's actually acquisition and rehabilitation. But obviously, that's a much lower cost per unit than new construction.
Like half.
Yes. Yes.
I mean.
Yeah, and none of those units required any gap funding.
Wow. I mean, you're looking at. And then you were looking at the previous year, your new construction was half of that as well, about 200,000 a unit, less than 200,000 a unit. But now we're at 430,000 a unit. And you want to sell them for 200?
Well, these are all rentals.
Yeah, so they're going to rent, but how are they going to rent out at those
Well, you heard Jonathan talk about the increase in the HUD income and rents. That's how it works, unfortunately.
I still don't even work, it still doesn't sound like it's going to work. A $430,000 unit being rented at $3,000 a month. Anyways, that was.
Commissioner Bernard has something to say. Go ahead, Commissioner.
But these are most likely low-income housing tax credits, so they a different income requirement, rental amount. Am I correct?
Well, for example, let's see, I've got that schedule here. Where'd it go? For 60% of AMI, we're looking at, for a one-bedroom unit, $1,205. Two-bedroom, $1,446. Three-bedroom, $1,671. But what you've got to remember is the amount of amortizing debt on these projects is between 25% and 30% of the total cost of the project. So between housing tax credits And that gap funding that's being provided by you and other governmental sources.
Are these a 6% credits, or are these a 3%?
The 4% credit.
4%.
Yeah, there's a 4% and a 9%. The 9% is controlled by Florida Housing at the state level.
All right, and then on page 25, on the $11 million to assist 205 households, so that's $55,000 a household. Over 18 months, that's $3,000 a month as a subsidy. What happens after they lose that? I mean, $3,000 is a huge subsidy. I mean, that's a house payment.
Yes, sir. And so in those particular cases, Commissioner, you're looking at more down payment assistance, you're looking at housing rehab, and you're looking at foreclosure prevention. That's what would, that 11 million would have went to those 205 households.
But what happens to them after that money runs out? I mean, that's a tremendous amount of money.
For the
You're not helping somebody with, a 10%, or 15% subsidy.
They're getting those funds to get their foot in the door, basically, through the purchase assistance or first-time home buyer. And then there's also where we have the emergency repairs, the housing rehab, and the foreclosure prevention, where we're keeping people, safe or in a home, or saving them from foreclosure.
Wow, it just seems like.
And when we provide down payment assistance, we work with the lenders to underwrite. So we make sure we look at their front-end ratios, back-end ratios, make sure they can afford it, and we understand and take in consideration that over years, taxes and insurance are going to increase. How do we keep them at a level on that front end and back end to make sure that they can sustain it? And for the most part, because of that, because of the home buyer counseling and the education provided, our buyers, the board's buyers, do very well.
Good. I mean, yeah, the cost of home ownership is not just the cost of the home.
Yes,
And then lastly, to Commissioner Baxter's comments, I'm agnostic as it relates to home ownership or rental. I think my mission, our goal, is to ensure that we have as many homes that people can afford, whether they're for sale or for rent. And it turns out, at this point in time, rental is much less expensive. Housing, for sale, the subsidies for sale housing are more than double the subsidies on a rental unit. And that's where I come down at looking at these, and as if the builders could build them and sell them at the same cost, I think it's great. But if they can't, then I want to support as many housing units as we can get for people that they can afford, to be able to have a decent place to live. So that's the way to me, it's just dollars and cents, and using public funds. What provides the biggest benefit for the most number of people. When you sometimes look at the for sale units with the combination of the subsidy of what it costs to reduce the cost of the unit, and that's being subsidized either directly or an indirect cost in the way of additional density. Or and then you have the down payment assistance program as well. And so when you add all that up, it's a significant amount of contribution to that household that could go to multiple households struggling as well. So I think we need to be mindful of that there are a lot of people that are struggling, and trying to help as many people as we can with the limited resources.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. We have one card, and then I'm going to take a 10-minute break, because I think we can, and I think we should. And I want to thank all of you. This is an incredibly complex issue with the various government agencies and the need and the high cost. And I want everyone to know I'll be meeting with you all next week as we look at our challenge for finding shelter for our homeless before October 1st. So thank you. With that, don't pack up yet, Mr. Brown. We have one card. I know. Go right ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Baxter.
I was just going to ask, Mayor, do you have a plan, a timed plan for a break for lunch?
Well, what I was thinking is, since we have code enforcement here, and they're pretty tough guys, they're staring at me, they'd really like to have their presentation before lunch. So I'm thinking that we could take a 10-minute break now, and whatever the board wants. We have 3 more presentations. So I was thinking of having a 10-minute break and then going into code enforcement presentation, then taking possibly 60 minutes for lunch, and then coming back for the last 2. But I'm open for discussion. Okay, so
I just know that I won't be able to, I don't know how long code enforcement's going to take, but I'm going to need a break.
Okay.
Longer than 10 minutes.
Oh, for right now.
That's why I was asking about the lunch break and when you
Okay.
planned. We can take 10 now. I'm just saying.
Okay, we'll see how long they are.
Thank you.
And if it's really, really long, then we'll break in between. But if not, we'll break at the end. And that'll be at the pleasure of the board. So we have 1 card, and then we're going to excuse you, and we'll take that 10, would you like a 15-minute? No. 10-minute break. Okay, go right ahead. Commissioner Weiss, read the card.
Yes, this is Reverend Gerald Kisner.
Come on up, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate this opportunity. I'm Gerald Kistner. I'm Vice President of Peace, and I'm also the pastor of Tabernacle Baptist Church here in West Palm Beach. Tabernacle, as many of you know, is a historic church with over 100 years of service to our community that we live and worship in. Many of our members have been at this church a lot of these years, and they trace their roots back, their parents, their grandparents, and so they're still living here, raising their children here. But this is becoming a problem because it's changing. More and more of our members are having to make the impossible decision to move out of the neighborhood that they have called home for all these generations. In fact, many of them are moving out of the state entirely. Now, this isn't because they want to do this, it's because simply they cannot afford to stay here any longer. Some of the members of our church are retired, they're living on a fixed income. How can they afford the $500 rent increases when their income isn't changing? Some members in their 30s are raising young families of their own. They're having to work 2, 3, and 4 jobs just to keep a roof over their heads and their children's heads. I serve a God that stands against the myth of scarcity, a God that proclaims a land of abundance. There is enough for everyone, particularly here in Palm Beach County. As Matthew 25:40 reminds us, truly I tell you, whatever you have done it to the least of these, you have done it unto me. But in our county, the myth of scarcity prevails. While there are countless luxury apartments being built every day, as we've heard in these discussions that you have had, there simply aren't enough homes for families making below $59,000. In fact, we need at least 45,000 affordable apartments to meet this need. There's a myth that people who cannot afford rental housing aren't working hard enough, but that's just not true. These people are struggling, often working more than one job just to make ends meet, and they have 2 wage earners in the family. My friends, these people like you and I are working here in this community, but they can't afford to do that. Many of them are having to go up to Martin County and even further to work down here because they can't afford to live here. Listen to this. Truck drivers and construction laborers can only afford up to $1,200 a month. Nursing assistants and preschool teachers can only afford up to $8.99 a month. And home health aides, cashiers, and housekeepers can only afford up to $699 a month. Oh, time's about to get me. These are the people who support our economy. They're our friends, our family members, our children, people like you and me. This does not have to be this way. We know in Broward County, they're building housing for those below 60% of the area median. They've built thousands of apartments, and they're planning to do the same in the next 10 years.
Reverend, thank you so much.
Please help us with this. We need affordable housing, please. We're not against workforce housing, but we need affordable housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend. Thank you for all the service you've done in the church and with the Peace Group as well. Been reading about you. Thank you. Okay, at that, thank you so much for the staff. Amazing work. And we are, let me see if I can do the math right. How about if we come back here at 11:45? 11:45. Let's do it. Good morning, everybody, and we're going to resume our workshop. I think we'd like to start with staff at this point. Let me say for the record, we are now on 4B, which is Code Enforcement Comprehensive Inspections, Compliance Initiatives. Sounds very serious. Who's going to start this out? Hi. Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Baker.
I'd like to ask the board to give me deference and allow us to take up the ratification of Elisa Kramer as the Department Director for Youth Services because she has a flight to catch. She had some, she's going to be working with a group, and so she's
Very good
going
idea.
to be catching
Very
a
good.
plane. So
I hope you're leaving from PBI.
Absolutely.
That's a great answer, Ms.
Requirement.
Baker. Very good. Good morning. And if you could come to the podium. Has everyone received the request at this time? Very good. And if you could, we're not going to put the timer on. You just go ahead and state your name and tell us a little bit about why you'd like this position.
I will start out. I'm like
Okay, Ms.
scribbling over
Baker.
here.
I hear you.
Ms. Kramer was hired and brought to us. I sent you an email
We got it.
last
I
night on
received
that
it.
and her resume. But she came to us through a process, our national search, as an assistant director for youth services. When I promoted Tammy Fields up to assistant county administrator, Elisa stepped in as interim, and she's been serving as interim. She just recently has been awarded the Unsung Hero Award by the Juvenile Justice Circuit Advisory Board for her efforts above and beyond in making sure that our youth and families are supported to enhance those services. And so she has done an outstanding job, not only since she's been with the county, but she's been with the state for about 14 years with Department of Children and Family Services, has worked with entities within our community as well as Miami-Dade, Broward, and our neighbors to the north. So she's built an impeccable resume. We know that it's not just words, but she's done a lot of good for our community as well as our neighboring communities. So I'd like for the board to ratify her appointment as the new Director of Youth Services Department.
Very good. So I have one light, and then I'd ask you to speak. Vice Mayor Marino.
Well, I did my due diligence when Virginia gave me the letter and the resume and came and sat in my office and actually did talk to some of our partners in the community, and they gave thumbs up and kudos to what you do. One comment was, make sure that you keep a great line of communication with Tammy, because Tammy has a bunch of knowledge that she can pass on to you. So do you need a motion?
Well, at this point, okay. Is there?
I'll make the
first,
motion.
I'd like to hear from you, if you don't mind, before we go ahead with the motion. So you're recognized, Ms. Kramer.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Baker. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of the kind words. I am Elisa Kramer. I am a native of West Palm Beach, so I really take very seriously this opportunity to serve our community in this way. I grew up here. My husband and I are raising our three sons here. And so the work that I do, I see my sons in the children that we are serving. I had the opportunity to begin my professional career with the Palm Beach Post. And I believe that's probably where I first met you, Mayor Sachs, when I was a reporter and editor on the editorial board and a columnist at the Palm Beach Post. So many of the experiences that I had then are still coming into play, the knowledge that I learned about the county. But I also had an opportunity to move from writing about social services and the issues that I care about in our community to working for the Department of Children and Families and trying to help create those solutions from within and partner with others in the system of care who are trying to make things better for children and families in our community. And so I had an opportunity to work not only in our circuit and region, but 5 years in Tallahassee at DCF's headquarters. And it was an invaluable experience. I had an opportunity to advocate for the extension of foster care in our state to age 21 to help with that implementation. Every experience that I've had professionally over the last 29 years is really coming to play with the role, even interim, at Youth Services Department. And it's been a pleasure to work with Tammy Fields, and you were right. I have a lot to continue to learn, and I am able to bring all of my experience to the table, and so I appreciate your confidence in me and your support.
Very good. Commissioner Maria, Vice Mayor Maria?
I'll make the motion then.
No, so I just say it a second. I know you will definitely be the first to make the motion. Commissioner Weiss.
Well, I was going to second that motion.
Oh, okay, all right. But before you do, I just have a couple of comments.
Well, I have a comment too.
Well, you go right ahead, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. And I just want to say, Alyssa, what a great job you have done. I mean, I've known you since, I remember reading your articles, but I know you from when you were at DCF. And I was involved with Speak Up for Kids at the time, and the work you were doing to help us with the kids in foster care. So know that you have a heart for our children and our families, and I think you'll be doing a great job leading this department. So.
Thank you.
Okay, just before we have the first and the second, I'd like to thank you for your service. I knew you when you were in the Post, not personally, but I read your articles. When you were at DCF in Tallahassee, were you working with some of the senators, especially Uckel and Senator Dieter, to work with the kids who are coming out of foster care?
Absolutely.
Because that was a huge benefit to the children. And will you be involved at all with the Juvenile Detention Center here on 45th Street?
Yes, so, and I believe we may have served on the Juvenile Justice Advisory Board.
I think we did.
Back in the day.
A couple of years ago.
But yes, I am a member of the Juvenile Justice Advisory Board. We support the detention center, the youth reentry efforts. We work a lot focusing on children who are in dual systems or multiple systems, so not just DCF and DJJ, but also in our behavioral health systems of care. We work very closely with the school district on truancy issues and really trying to make sure that our services with youth services, our therapeutic services, our clinical support for individual and family counseling, for High Ridge Family Center, our school-based counselors, that they are linked, so that we have that prevention up front to hopefully prevent that deeper end crisis that so many of our children and families face when the trauma is not healed early on. So yes, long answer to your question.
Excellent.
Yes.
Well, I am so honored that you're going to continue your service, especially with your background. And there is nothing more worthwhile than to work with the children, and you've done that in so many different departments. So with that, I am going to recognize Vice Mayor Moreno in making the first, and Commissioner Weiss for the second. All those for, anybody opposed, see that it passes 7-0 unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Board, thank you very much for that support.
Thank you. She's amazing, and forward to working with her. I think we're ready to start with code enforcement this time. Hi. Ms. Carroll, you go right ahead and begin.
Good morning, while I still have the chance to say that. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Whitney Carroll, the Executive Director for the Planning, Zoning, and Building Department. Before we get started with our presentation, I just wanted to thank you for requesting this workshop to review what we may need to assist our Code Enforcement Division and its officers to better enforce the codes and ordinances of Palm Beach County and to continue to encourage cooperative and timely compliance. In this short presentation, I'll emphasize short, we will review our current policies and ideas moving forward that we feel will help achieve these goals. We hope that it's clear why we are thorough in our efforts to address violations, areas we can restructure, and additional tools we can use in more egregious matters. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Cindy Hoskin, the Deputy Executive Director for PZB. She is overseeing the Code Enforcement Division, and we also have our Code Enforcement team here as well, Director and Code Manager.
Ms. Hoskins, you're pretty new to our group here, aren't you?
I'm new to your group, but I'm not new to code enforcement.
Would you tell everybody where you sharpened your pencils first?
Sure. I spent the last 7 years in Miami-Dade County, 5.5 running the legal unit for the Code Compliance Division for Miami-Dade County. So I'm very well aware of code enforcement, code compliance, and actually enjoyed a great deal
We're
my
very
work
pleased
with
to
them.
have you here in Palm Beach.
Thank you. So, in developing this presentation, we considered multiple methods of encouraging code compliance. We heavily focused on community-based approaches, outreach efforts, restructuring processes, and also escalated enforcement tools. Additionally, we included a conversation about renaming the Code Enforcement Division to the Code Compliance Division to coincide with the intent and operations of the division. Back in March of last year, the staff provided the board with an extensive presentation on the background and history of the Code Enforcement Division. September of last year, there was a discussion and a directive by the board to come back with a presentation on our comprehensive investigation policy. And then also in January of this year, staff was directed to come to the board and discuss the methods of to aid in the division's effort to obtain timely compliance. In that regard, the order of presentation that we have for you today are our comprehensive policies. Currently, there's a comprehensive investigation policy. The future is planned to be a comprehensive inspection policy. Then we'll move into a customer assistance team that is in development, organized geographical outreach efforts, restructuring and simplifying notices of violation, restructuring and additional compliance enforcement officers, internal fine reduction processes, pursuing cease and desist orders and cease and desist demands, pursuing injunctive relief, new technology, including the introduction of our body-worn camera program, possible purchase of decibel meters, and then again, a discussion about renaming code enforcement to code compliance. These are just some photos that you may have seen before to show you some of the things that our code enforcement officers do encounter when they do their inspections. But you obviously up above you see the green pool. Typically those are open, vacant, abandoned structures, overgrowth, building code violations, and then, of course, all sorts of building code and property maintenance issues. So, to our comprehensive policies. We are on comprehensive policies. To our comprehensive policies. Currently, let's see. The way that the current procedures work is a complaint is received. There's an upfront investigation period. The code officers research the property ownership through property appraiser. They check our EPZB system to determine if there is a current violation case. They research all the permits ever issued for the property. They review aerials and pictometry and GeoNav to see if there's any violations that can be observed. They upload all of this into the case file, and then they contact the complainant and conduct on-site inspections. Should be noted that the research of the permits can sometimes take more than one day, because if a property is built prior to 2000, they must do a request to get the permitting records from our records department, which could take a couple days. And while they're waiting for this to occur, they have not yet had the opportunity to do an on-site inspection. The goal is to improve complaint response times, to improve the relationship between code enforcement and the community, as well as obviously to provide the code enforcement services that are expected of us. The future policies, procedures are: we receive a complaint. Staff does the, we lost lights, but I can still see. Staff does the research with property ownership. Again, they want to make sure when they encounter someone on the property to know who they're talking with. They check again to see if there is a violation, a case that exists in the system. They review an aerial just to get an idea of where the property is and what they're going to be looking at, and then they conduct their inspection. That inspection is going to be focused on the complaint that they received. Of course, it's a comprehensive inspection, so that doesn't mean they ignore anything else that they see or they observe at the time they conduct the inspection. Life safety, non-life safety, we have highly trained professional code enforcement officers who've received FACE certifications among other types of internal training, and they are not only trained to know what they're observing, but they also have a staff with building, with our zoning department, that they can go back and discuss what they've observed and determine whether or not there's a violation. But this kind of shift in the way that they address a complaint will allow code enforcement to hopefully improve the response times from the current 3+ days to my goal of getting it down to 1 day. We currently do have a 1-day response time for life safety issues. I'd like to see us get to 1 day across the board, and I think it's doable with just some shifts in policies. And again, it's not at the expense of not conducting an extensive inspection once they're there. It's just how the processes that they do and when they do them. The outcome, again, is the code officer addresses the initial complaint and any observed violation within sight from the inspection vantage point. The next thing that I'd like to discuss with you is our proposal to do a comprehensive, customer assistance team, otherwise known as CAT. This assistance team we are in the process, let me go forward. The program is in the development phase and is going to require additional analysis, staffing, budget, and that type of thing to fully develop the parameters. The CAT team is intended to provide a customer-focused central point of contact to assist with small projects and with working toward code compliance. The expectation is that most customers will utilize the service to address code enforcement cases, but the service will be available to other people who need assistance with small projects in permitting and just little projects, whether it's building or zoning requests. But rather than being bounced back and forth, which is a common complaint, the customer will have a point of contact that they can go to that will help them navigate through the system and not have to learn how to speak our language. This customer assistance team will help translate that language into the regular, everyday person's understanding. Customers would be assisted in areas where they may not be familiar, such as construction regulations, land use regulations, and permitting processes. CAT team will help customers navigate, again, through the various processes at no additional cost.
Sure, go right ahead.
Hi, everyone. So I didn't catch it quick enough. The previous page, when you had comprehensive policies, what's currently happening and what we're moving to. And I just had another person reach out to me within the past week that has said their property is bona fide ag, and the code enforcement officer hasn't verified that they're bona fide ag and recognized that there are exemptions for that. So does this process include verifying if they're bona fide ag and what then they are allowed to enforce or not enforce?
Sure. So, yeah, they would take the complaint and they would look to see all of those parameters. If the complaint is relevant to an agricultural use, like a pole barn, for example, or something like that, then absolutely that would be something they would look into before issuing a notice of violation. That doesn't mean they wouldn't go out and do a quick inspection, but prior to issuing the notice of violation, all of that would be verified.
And so I guess if the code enforcement officers, and I don't know the process, and maybe way it is now, is there like a checklist of things they check? And is that something they've currently been doing at all?
So yes, it's part of the processes. They do. There may have been moments when things have slipped through. I wouldn't doubt that. They are human. And I'm sure there is a perception that when someone has an ag exemption, that it may extend to the entire property. That's not necessarily the case. So there is a fine, time that they need to look and see whether the complaint or the violation that is alleged is within that exempted area or it's not. That requires coordination with the property appraiser's office and a full in-depth review. That absolutely is part of the processes, and that's an ongoing training effort.
And I would just like some sort of verification that an officer has completed that step, because this is becoming a reoccurring issue, especially in my district, and I imagine District 5 as well. So thank you.
May I suggest something, Ms. Hoskin?
Sure.
Since it's a workshop, and I apologize, I was drinking my coffee, I didn't see your light on. But this is going to be a give and take. So looking at your current policies, somebody complains, and then the officers review upfront investigations before they go on site. So one of the issues that they would research would be to know what is the zoning on that particular property. Then once they find out, let's say somebody says there's a goat on that property, and then he looks, or she looks, and you find out that, oh, it's ag. What's the next process then? What do? Do they contact the complainant?
They do. They will contact the complainant. Typically, before they go out and do the inspection, they attempt to contact the complainant to verify what the extent of the complaint is.
So we would not have to send a code enforcement officer there because we already know as county that that's ag. They can have a cow or a goat or whatever they have on there. So
that could be an answer.
Pardon me?
Yes, that absolutely could be one of the answers.
Could be. And so they would contact the complainant, and then it would be taken care of, and it would be at much less cost for the county for that.
Right, as well as if there's existing code enforcement cases, that's one of the first checks that they do too, because there may already be a case open for that exact same thing. There's no need to go out and reinvestigate something that's already under investigation. Or as you've alluded to, if the alleged complaint is something that is allowed, then that would just be conveyed to the complainant.
Okay.
Yes.
And the complainant it's not anonymous. You all know who it is.
Correct.
And how to contact her. Okay. So that should take care of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Any other issues, folks? Just put your light on. Go right ahead, Ms. Hoskin. Go ahead and continue.
let's see, I'll go back to the cat. I think it was at the bottom. Oh, okay. How will the services be provided for this CAT team? The services would be provided in multiple ways: in person, obviously over the phone, virtually, and then once chat is developed, or via email, I should say, and once chat is developed, that would also be an available resource too. Who is eligible? Property owners needing assistance with small projects or code compliance cases would be eligible. This is not intended to be something that a design professional uses or people that are in the business to perform these services. This is meant to help your everyday property owner who needs assistance directly. The next slide is our organized geographical outreach efforts. So the goal here is to educate and engage the community in a positive way, and again, improve response time. What this would look like is your code enforcement officers, or it could be a referral from the county commission or administration would like us to look at a geographical area because of a specific concern. But a code enforcement officer in their normal route addressing a complaint may drive down a road and see 10 other properties that have issues similar to the complaint that they were called to address. Rather than stopping and opening 10 cases and addressing that all in that way, they would go do the inspection that they were required to do. They would notify their supervisor of the concern. Supervisor would then authorize an outreach effort. So at that point, you would have a team of 4 or 5 officers that would go to the location where the issues may be and walk the streets, talk to the neighborhood, explain the concerns, provide door hangers, have a community conversation about the issue. They would, at that point, also notify the people that at some point in the future, whether it's 10 days or 30 days, depending on the issue. If it's just mowing your grass, it might be, we'll back in 10 days. If we've got building permit violations, there may be an extended period of time than that. But that they will be coming back and checking for compliance. At their second time coming back, then that's when a notice of violation would be issued, or violations for different properties would be issued. They would all be addressed, and if cases were issued, then the cases would proceed as normal. But it would be done on a community outreach level first, and in a way that was meant to educate and engage, and then, to, if need be, notices of violation and cases would be opened.
Okay. Commissioner Baxter, recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question. The notice, so you're saying, so if they've been noticed, they're a door hanger?
Yes.
Right, left on there. So they're not under a violation yet?
Correct.
So if they correct, does that door hanger say what needs to be corrected?
Yes.
And if they correct it, do they need to take any further action?
No. At that point, they would not, because it's not a notice of violation. A notice of violation is where you would need to then contact the code officer or code enforcement or code compliance and say that you have corrected the violation. Although the code does do a compliance inspection to verify anyway, but that's when it would be more incumbent to then contact someone. The door hanger would simply be, this is the issue. When the staff comes back by again, they're going to see that the violation was corrected. Nothing would need to be done.
And so do our notices tell people, once they get a notice of violation?
Yes.
Do they inform people on how to correct their violation?
They do. But I have another slide coming up on that.
Okay, sorry, don't mean to jump ahead.
No, that's okay. Yes. So, restructuring our notices of violation. Currently, and I know you can't read the words, actually it's probably, the intent is really the visual. Currently, what you see is currently our processes is that bottom 4-page document. Someone would receive that wall of words, and it will tell them the number of violations they have, lots of language as to what sections of the code. It copies the sections of the code verbatim. It doesn't explain them. It just copies them. But then it does say what the officer observed, and then there's usually a sentence or maybe two about how to correct. And in some cases, it can be overwhelming, as you can imagine. The proposal and our intent as to what we'll be going to is what you see on the right-hand side. Those are two separate notices of violation. As you can see, they're much simpler. One violation per notice for a lot of reasons. If you have multiple violations and say you have 5 of them, 4 are correctable within 4 days, but the 5th one's going to take you 6 months. On one case, you really have no incentive to correct the 4 violations because you have 6 months to deal with all of the rest of them before you're going to go in front of a magistrate. Creating separate notices of violation allows you to get rid of the easy things first, close those cases, close those notices, and then only have those left open that need to be left open for extended compliance. So it makes it a much simpler thing to understand. You're getting a notice. It'll show you the section of the code. It's going to show you what you need to do to correct it. All of that is on the very front page. On the second page is who you can contact as to what additional help you may need. If we have that CAT team in place soon, then that will also be listed as a reference as to who you can contact. Again, our goal is to make it easier for the customer to understand the nature of the violation and how to cure it, and allow them to close cases and reduce the potential for accumulating fines while working toward compliance. Here's my favorite topic. So the next is discussing our statistics. In 2019, the number of code enforcement officers was increased from 25 to 30. As we all know, then 2020 we had COVID, and we then had a large influx in population throughout the state, not just Palm Beach County. So during the years between 2019 through the end of 2023, we have 12,500 additional residential permits. Residential units in unincorporated Palm Beach County have increased by almost 12,000. And by the way, for a total of almost 400,000 residential units. The increase is approximately 12, but we have a total of almost 400. There's then the breakdown of the number of residential units per district, where you can see substantial increase in population and in units in the different districts. Actually, here's the population statistics. The increase was 21,000, approximately 21.5 during that period of time, for a total of 666,463 in unincorporated, again, Palm Beach County. And there we have the breakdown by district. According to the property appraiser, there are 286,244 total parcels in unincorporated. That includes residential and commercial parcels. And all of this is served by 30 code enforcement officers. Phase 1 is what we expect to occur this year is somewhat of a restructuring of our existing resources. Currently, as we know, we have 7 commission districts, and we have 5 code enforcement teams consisting of 5 code enforcement officers. And we have one, what we call a special projects team, that has 1 senior code enforcement officer. The proposal, we're expecting to reallocate our code enforcement officers and create 7 code enforcement teams, 1 per district. We'll reallocate the officers appropriately, but that way each district will have a dedicated team. Phase 2 would be what we would hope to occur in the 2026 budget year. Currently, as mentioned, we have 5 senior code enforcement officers, 30 code enforcement officers, and 1 special code officer, or senior code enforcement officer. The proposal would be to increase the number of seniors to 7 and 35 code enforcement officers, and within that 7, plus 2 code enforcement officers within the special projects unit. That special projects unit performs training, outreach, special projects, special events, research, presentations, ongoing monitoring and management of special programs. So it truly needs to be staffed to properly serve the code enforcement division so that they are ensuring that, you know, our processes and our SOPs are maintained and updated, that when new zoning ordinances are passed, that they get trained on those immediately and that they communicate. So there's a whole process that special project unit needs to perform to assist code in doing their jobs. The next slide is internal fine modification processes. So the intention here is to incentivize compliance by providing a streamlined administrative approach to fine reduction or modification if a property becomes compliant within 45 days of a case being prepared for lien recordation, in other words, prior to the lien being recorded. The current process, once a case is fully prepared for lien recordation, so it's already gone through the magistrate, the affidavits of noncompliance have been issued, and the package has been prepared internally for the signature of the magistrate and for the county attorney's office. The case is then in pending status for, it then is sent to our accounting department to record the lien. The case is then pending the referral to the Office of Financial Management and Budget within 90 days after that lien is recorded. To modify or reduce a fine from whatever the current balance due is, the property owner either must request a modification hearing if the case has not already been referred to OFMB, or if it has been referred to OFMB, then they must appear before the county commission for any reduction of over $2,500. The new or additional process, I would say, would be that what we'd like to do is include language in the magistrate orders that allows the department to reduce fines administratively to a given percentage once compliance is achieved. Currently, average collections of liens on homesteaded property is approximately 10%, non-homesteaded property is approximately 20%. What this would look like is a notice of intent to lien would be sent to the property owner. It would include a specified offer to reduce the amount to a given percentage. There's no subjectivity. It's not one, offer is 10%, one's 15%. It's a given amount, whatever is determined up front, and that they would be notified that if they, at that point, let me back up, at the point when all of this occurs, the property is already in the point where the daily fines are being accrued. So we're talking, at least 30 or more days after that moment in time. So the amount due could be thousands of dollars at that point, but yet the lien has not been recorded. So this would be one more opportunity to reach out to the public and say, look, if you can comply within 45 days from the date of this letter and you agree to pay X percentage, the case will be closed, there will be no lien filed, and everybody moves on. It allows an administrative opportunity to settle a case without it having to go back to a modification hearing or having, well, obviously, if it was referred to OFMB, that would not be within the 45 days. But it would give us the opportunity to help resolve one more time, to resolve a case without requiring someone to have to go to a hearing. So then we talk about our egregious cases. The next tool that we are looking at is to pursue cease and desist demands and cease and desist orders. The
Thank you so much. We're going to interrupt you just at this
Yes.
moment with Commissioner Baxter, please.
Quick question on, thank you, Mayor, on the 45 days. So what if it's a large fine? I mean, do they just have the option then to opt into, okay, I agree to pay this, but what if they can't pay whatever amount that is within 45 days? Can they set up some form of paying it back over a longer period of time than that 45 days?
Yes, actually, I'm glad, thank you for asking that question. Yes, there would be payment plan offered. If they get compliance, absolutely, we would offer a payment plan.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you. These are great initiatives. My question is, have there been best practices that have given you these guidelines?
So several of these things, like the notices of intent to lien, Miami-Dade does notices of intent to lien with exactly this type of process, has been doing it for many, many years. And it absolutely gives the opportunity for people to resolve their cases in a much, more expedient way. And yes, with the fine reduction. And then as well as the inspections, we polled multiple jurisdictions, including Miami-Dade. And what we are proposing as what we are going to be looking at doing in the future is in line with at least 8 other jurisdictions. So absolutely, including Miami-Dade, but we also looked at Hillsborough, Duval County, Orange, and then cities of West Palm Beach, Boca Raton, Boynton Beach, Duval, Broward County, and those are consistent with all of those as well.
I appreciate that. And as far as fines go, with this is code, we're trying to be code compliance. We're not trying to, be enforcement. But I also want folks to know that we're not going to negotiate away their fines. You do need to come into compliance. And if you figure, well, I can take as much time as I want and I only have to pay 10% of the fine, why, I'll wait as long as I have to. And if I'm going to sell my house, then I'll sell my house and pay then. But yet your neighbors around you are still viewing all of this. So there needs to be a balance as to the fines and the percentage of fines that's paid. I don't want people to believe that they can not pay their fines and we're going to negotiate them down to zero.
Right, which is why the process that we're talking about here is tied to timing. So we're talking within days of this, happening, of being eligible for a lien, that this would apply at that time. After that, then it's the normal process. So it's just one more opportunity to incentivize timely compliance rather than having that wait forever attitude, which it does happen. And then as well, the next steps, which we've not pursued in the past, including the cease and desist, which are utilized by Miami-Dade and others for some of these egregious cases, and then the next slide as well. But I'll discuss this at first. A cease and desist would be for cases where we have fines and we have folks that have issues that they choose not to correct. Not that they can't, or it's too expensive and they need assistance. We're talking about situations where someone intentionally is just not going to, yes. Then we need steps to escalate that. The cease and desist would be the initial step, and a cease and desist demand would occur administratively. It would happen, there would be a request from an officer to go to their senior administration, who would then move that up the request to myself and to Whitney, and we would look and determine whether that's appropriate. Assuming we do, either we issue internally a cease and desist demand, or if we feel we have additional time that we can approach it to a magistrate, then we would do request a cease and desist order from a magistrate. Either would occur. One could be more timely than the other.
Good, thank you so much. Commissioner Weiss and then Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you. I want to go back. So if the fines, I just want to clarify. So when doing the internal fine reduction or modification program, that does not offer, or what I hope doesn't happen is that then people can, if they don't comply and they drag it out, that they not be able to get as deep a discount on that. But that discount should, or whatever we're doing, also has to cover the actual costs of what this has cost us to do, right?
Right. So there are, part of the magistrate, the results of the magistrate hearings are, there's an assessment of costs in addition to the fines. So that is one of the things that would be required to be paid. And then whatever the percentage is offered, typically what we would look at are, there's mitigating factors. You know, you're going to say how quick, timeliness, how quickly you come to all of those scenarios. And we'll determine a percentage that will include covering the costs, and anything in excess of that is where we would look at being reduced.
And look, I think we all understand, people do, they may not even understand that they've made a violation or whatever, and it's brought to their attention, they take care of it, and life goes on. But then unfortunately, we have a few people in some neighborhoods that decide that they're going to make their neighbors' lives as miserable as possible, or they just don't care. And I like the idea of the cease and desist to try and bring them into compliance, but we've seen these things drag on, and the neighbors have to live with this for months, if not years, and it's not fair. It's not fair to them. So I think that was Commissioner Moreno's point too. There's got to be some kind of balance,
Understood.
Balancing. We want compliance and not.
What do you suggest?
And with this, we would be doing the settlement internally if we did this under the NOIL system, right? So this would be something where we could do a reversion clause if they did repeat the violation. Obviously, they have to come into compliance before we would even entertain this. So there would be a reversion potentially to go back to the fine that they had already modified. So.
And then earlier you were talking about going in, walking through the neighborhood, and let's say the issue happens to be, they're parking cars on their lawns at night, right? And you have a neighbor is doing that. But when you come back through that day, the car's gone.
Yeah.
So now you haven't issued a notice of violation, but the neighbor's still living next door to a parking lot next to their house every night.
So that's part of the initial contact with the complainant and determining when, like something that may happen on the weekends or in the evenings. That's something that we have staff that have those hours assigned to them, so we will have them available to be able to do night inspections or weekend inspections, so that the violations that occur during that time, you find, especially on the weekends, you'll find a lot of work without permit occurs on the weekends. So we will have staff out available to take those complaints and investigate them during that time.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's part of your proposal.
Yes.
Right, is to address the issues brought up by the commissioners. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Are all violations treated the same? I just mean in general, like, so, let's say somebody's grass is too tall for too long. I mean, are they at risk if they refuse to cut their grass to have a cease and desist order?
So, it's depends on the review of the case. So that's why that type of thing would get escalated to our level, because if you have a scenario where the grass gets too tall it can become a health issue. I have a section of my property that tends to get wetter than others. And there was folks that I worked with that cut my grass that left it for a while. Got to a point where it was so high, I was concerned. I have a big dog and a couple little dogs, and I was worried that there were snakes or something that was going to get in there and hurt my animals. And so I went and took care of it myself. But there's a time when sometimes overgrowth is a big concern. So
I guess I was trying to say, like, there are different
Go through the
variations of violations. That was, I guess, a poor
Absolutely.
choice to, I guess, present for your specific instance. But I'm saying there are some things that are kind of minute. So, and you say that it gets up to your level, and then you guys get to decide whether to escalate to a cease and desist or not. I would like to see maybe some more clarifications on this type of violation that meets this criteria could get to that level. I mean, we're talking, you know.
So it's a lot of it is going to be a case-by-case scenario. It's very difficult to give exact criteria, except for to say that in the majority of the cases, they've already gone to a magistrate and they've just not complied. There will be concerns, life safety concerns, and those things that are much more severe.
And to that point, I think life safety meets this criteria. I guess what I'm saying is, to Commissioner Weiss's point, he said about a lady parking their car. Now, is that unsightly? Is it ugly? Absolutely, but I think I don't know if he's talking about the same one we received an email on. We tend to get all these BCC, everyone, emails, and they all kind of merge. But I believe there was a case recently where somebody they couldn't afford to live in Palm Beach County anymore. And so they had a lot of people that had to stay in the same place to afford to live here, which is a serious concern. And they had to park multiple cars on their grass, which upset the neighbor because it's unsightly. I don't take that away from them, but they're just trying to live. So what I'm asking is, like, is this going to then they get to be served a cease and desist and get all elevated all the way up?
So we would be working with HEAD and with other departments too to partner in certain scenarios like that. Again, that's why it really is a case-by-case scenario. If someone needs assistance, then we're going to partner with fellow departments and agencies to try and help with that. It's not just a heavy hand and a determination that we don't care. To the contrary, we're trying to be much more community-based in our approach. So go ahead, sorry.
I forgive that, but it's still a violation. Forgive me,
Absolutely.
that it's still a violation. So then, I mean, then we're kind of.
The life cycle of a case, when it comes to coming into compliance in a reasonable time, that's, we would work with them. That's what would be debate. This is more on the egregious side, so it would really have to rise to that level. So we obviously are going to be working through all those details and making sure that the criteria generally is established so that before we implement something like this. But yes, it would go through the cycle, it would go to special magistrate, it would be at that point. So, and then as Cindy was saying, we would work with other agencies to make sure if there is a need that we would be helping to address that need.
Which is why I just asked that we kind of try to structure what egregious
Sure.
looks like.
And no, it's a workshop.
So thank you, guys.
Right? Vice Mayor Marino.
Thank you. And I know in a situation like what Commissioner Baxter is talking about, oftentimes when code goes out and does an inspection, don't they sometimes find certain homes or families that might be eligible for CDBG grants to make those improvements, like the tall grass or siding or something like that? They might be on a fixed income or something. So this is where our cross-department teams need to be working together.
Exactly.
So that was a great segue. Thank you.
Now, do you do that? For example.
Yes.
For example, you go to a house, there's a code violation, you have a complaint. It's pretty obvious that the people living there are having a tough time financially. And it may be that kids are running around a little concerned about some of the issues. What do you do?
Michelle, would you like to share?
And by the way, I love these two guys at the end. When I see them coming down my block, I put the dog inside.
Good
You
morning.
guys are wondering, you're very understanding. Good to see you, Michelle.
Hello. Yes, we do. We do partner with all of our other departments and everything, such as community resources, community services. We reach out to them depending on the circumstances. And as Cindy said, each one is different. We look at it individually. We investigate it individually to see what are the needs of those individuals. If it's something to do with structures, then we address that through the structure. If it's because there's numerous people, and as someone stated, I apologize which one, that there were multiple people living in the home, of course, life safety issues come into play there. Are they subdividing the residents, apartments, units, things like that? We address it as on each case basis. If it's housing, we've done that. We've partnered with community resources, community services, and that division is amazing, and they reach out and they help them, and they do the appropriate follow-up, and it's as we do as well.
I appreciate that. I have a question for the attorney. In one of the pages, you stated that they go out into a house, into a housing area, and they walk around the house. What is the law with regard to a code enforcement officer being able to gain access to private property?
So they would only go into a home if they had permission. You know, the officers usually go into the front of a home, knock on the front door, and if they're doing an inspection, ask for permission to investigate. We cannot go inside a home without permission, and we can't even get an inspection warrant to do that. But in an instance where there's an alleged violation on a property, an inspection warrant could be obtained to investigate a property, but never the inside of an occupied dwelling.
How about walking around a residence, say going to the backyard, and, you know, going around the house, inspecting it? What is the law in, especially Palm Beach County, with regard to access for a code enforcement officer where there is not a crime that is being committed or about to be committed or has been committed?
Right, our officers would not be walking around into the backyard of an individual's property. Sometimes in an instance where the complainant lives in the area, a complainant will welcome code enforcement officers to come onto their property to see if they can observe a violation, but they would not be walking into the backyard of a property without permission being granted.
Okay, very good, thank you.
But sometimes, depending on where that property is located, if it's a corner lot or if it's next to a canal or one of those types of things, there may be the opportunity for the officer to go along the exterior of the property and still see well within the property too.
But never to
But not on-
enter the private
Correct.
residence of a private residence, either the yard, backyard, or anything about it. What they can see from the street
Right.
or from public access is acceptable.
Correct, yes.
Very good, okay. Thank you.
So the next step in moving a case forward would be the pursuit of injunctive relief, again, for egregious cases. Typically, what we would have here is the case is progressed as normal. It's gone through the magistrate hearing. We've probably, at this point, issued a cease and desist. They still have refused to comply. Again, not because they can't, but because somebody is absolutely refused. We would then work with the county attorney's office to prepare the case and request injunctive relief. Oops. The next slide we have is our new technology. The first thing we have here are body-worn cameras. A goal is to provide open, transparent code enforcement operations and establish safety as well for the code enforcement officers' field staff. The process is that we currently are working on is that we have a number of officers, there's 10, that have been assigned the body-worn cameras on a test basis. They have been out in the field testing the equipment and in different scenarios just to see how the equipment operates and how to upload footage, how to store footage, all those types of things. It's gone very well. The intention here would be to, on May 1st, to complete the pilot training program and issue the equipment to all of the officers and fully implement the program.
Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to publicly thank the sheriff for working with us on moving so quickly to include us in his count. I remember when Commissioner Bernard and I went to talk to the sheriff about body cams many years ago. The sheriff has 100% completed all of his officers having the body cams, and then we're going to roll out. They work very close with us on training and also our policies and procedures that would govern it. And they're going to also help us with the data being collected to be on their server. So I do want to thank the sheriff because he saved us significant dollars.
It is
by
a concern.
combining the efforts.
It is a concern. And I know as someone who's been involved in law enforcement that it's good that, because today you just can't take the risk.
I believe it's a benefit to both the public as well as the officer.
Well, you know, it's a different world today. And I think that our officers, that's why I asked the question about how far deep they can go into a private property, because with stand your ground and rules that we have today, the laws, we may even need to have law enforcement officers accompany our code enforcement officers. Vice Mayor Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you. I can't remember if we did this or not. Did we set aside a position to help monitoring the information that was on the body-worn cameras and the storage? That whole, I mean, because it's not, you can't just have a camera. You have to store it and then, and
that's what
information.
That's what Ms. Baker was talking about with the.
But did we
working
already
with the
add it
sheriff's
to our
office.
budget?
We're going to work, well, we may be coming back to you because you definitely need somebody monitoring. But the sheriff has worked with us, and he's going to store the data, separate and apart from his, but they've got enough storage that they'll store. If we need to come back to the board for storage, then we'll come back to the board for storage. But we haven't gone through the budget process yet regarding positions, but I would think that we would need positions depending upon how we're going to monitor.
And access, well, actually, I guess what I'm asking is, storage is one thing, but access to that information is another.
That is correct. And when people request public records, because the more you have, there are certain things we have to redact. And so we're going to need staff to be able to redact that information and still meet a reasonable time frame for providing the information. So we're going through the budget process, and that will be a part, if we need additional positions, that will be a part of it.
And actually, that is part of the reallocation of some of the resources that we discussed earlier with that Team 6 or that special projects team. Right now, we have one person staffing that unit. That reallocation, I'm proposing to move a second person of our existing resources into that unit for that reason and in addition to others. But their staff was trained. They've gone through the training with the sheriff's office to include responding to public records, how to upload the information. It's saved in the same manner. There are certain things that need to be redacted because you may have accidentally, somebody answered the door and there's a child there. Those types of things. You're not allowed to have those images as part of, so many things like that. Staff is well aware of those requirements, and prior to responding to a public records request, it will be reviewed with the unit that is charged specifically with that task. Right. So not only have they been trained to do that, but we have someone specifically that's going to be involved with that process.
Thank you.
I'm sure that will be with, and I'm looking at the attorney, that will be with law enforcement assistance in terms of what will be redacted, because they do the same thing when they deliver a search warrant, whether there's minors involved, or even items inside the residence. It should not be public. Will we make sure that that?
Of course.
Because I don't want to put our civilian staff to be able to have the responsibility to review and then give those decisions. I think they should be done with, either with the attorneys, hate to give you more work, but either the attorney's advice or that of the sheriff's office.
Well, we're working with them and working with them on training, so we have the benefit of their expertise.
Expertise, I'm sorry, of the sheriff's office.
Of the sheriff's office, yes.
Yes, okay, very good, thank you. Okay, good.
Thank you.
So next item are decibel meters. It is not a part of our current budget request. We would be looking at this probably for the next year's budget. It's not an extensive expense, but it's probably going to be in the $20,000 range to get reliable decibel meters. What I will say is with upcoming ordinances or legislation regarding event venues, both rural and non-rural, and the chief complaint that we will receive is going to be noise. So to get ahead of the game and to have equipment that reliably measures what we would be enforcing would be a good step forward. And then last but not least, we have renaming the Code Enforcement Division to the Code Compliance Division. While the focus of the Code Enforcement Division is always to achieve compliance, much can be inferred by a name. Many of the programs and policies we've talked about in this presentation are intended to assist the public to achieve compliance in a more community-focused approach. Changing the name of the division to reflect the intended goal of compliance is an additional approach to pursue better community relations. So there is a budgetary component to it, of course. We have markings on vehicles, we have uniforms and business cards and those types of things. None of that would preclude the official name change. We can change the name and sort of amortize the cost as we go. Or it could be, something if we have the ability to purchase the new things that we need to purchase and make that in one lump sum. But I guess what I'm saying is we could make the name change, and there's a lot of our forms and a lot of those things that are computer generated that would cost relatively nothing other than reprogramming. So to summarize, our goals are to provide code compliance in a comprehensive manner, but focusing on the complaint while addressing all observed violations. Utilize incentives, the CAT team, community-based approaches to achieve timely compliance. Expand tools to assist in compliance in conjunction with the county attorney's office to address egregious cases. And improve community relations, transparency, and public perceptions.
Very good. Well, thank you very much for that presentation, Ms. Hoskins. We have a couple of questions and comments by the board, and then we have 4 cards, which we'll address at that time. And then we'll take any other comments by the board. Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I like a lot of what you've presented here. A few comments on page 5, the customer assistance team. It kind of appears like maybe people would get a caseworker to help them go through the process. I like that a lot. You have on here property owners. Would this overflow to businesses that come out of compliance as well?
Yes,
Okay, so it's not just like residences, it's also...
Small businesses that need help, absolutely.
Okay. And then also on page 6, the warnings to the area. So would that be part of the customer assistance team, or is this like the team that works in that district? How would that work exactly?
The geographic outreach?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be the enforcement team that works in that area, because they see it every day. They're the ones that would be in the field.
And so this would be one of your individual code enforcement officers goes out and sees a large grouping, and then it would come back to you, and then you would decide, okay, let's go and do outreach.
Right.
And part of that would be door knocking. I know you had door hangers, but also if they're home and they answer, you could talk with them and kind of set this up like, it's not a violation yet, but this was seen, and here's all of your steps. And they would also have a customer service or a customer assistant team to work through.
They absolutely would have access to that if they needed that help, absolutely.
Okay. And so the notice of violation would come after you're going to work through the policy on a certain amount of time and let them know you're not under it's a warning.
Right.
And so warning doesn't go on their permanent record, and they have a chance to come into compliance.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, real quick, I
No,
didn't
it's
enter,
okay.
I took
Take
some
your
notes.
time. Take your time.
You're talking about having each district having their own team. Some of our districts don't have as much unincorporated as others. I mean, I like the idea of knowing who our people are, but would they be able to kind of back up other districts as needed if there's overflow?
Yes,
Right.
so we would look at both having obviously the ability to back up each team, but we'd also look at the staffing per team relevant to the amount of area for unincorporated.
And I assume by doing it by district, it would also help with, certain districts are going to have more ag area or different zoning, so that would also kind of help that team really be able to tighten up where, instead of, maybe they have ag today and urban commercial warehouse tomorrow,
Right.
it would help.
It would be more focused, yes.
Okay, and for us too, that once we get a
Yes.
team in place, then we could maybe meet with our team and just go over it, because we get calls ourselves. I mean, if we get emails from constituents, it would help for us to have a team that we know. I like that idea a lot. Instead of, you guys get it and you're like, okay, find who had to do this. So I appreciate that. Also, so the timing of all of this, you have.
We ought to get it.
When do daily fines actually begin? How many days into from the
So-
complaint has been filed?
Okay.
How much time is it usually before a daily fine would begin?
So it varies greatly. It's based on the date that the magistrate sets for compliance. So the case would have the notice of violation. If it's a building permit violation or a violation that would require a building permit, that there's more time allotted to come into compliance before before a compliance date would be set, versus a overgrowth where, somebody could mow the grass and resolve the violation. So someone might get 15 days for an overgrowth case, but you might get 6 months to do a building permit resolution case. That's determined by the magistrate. That 6 month and a day is when the daily fines would start accruing.
So right now, if you said.
They do an inspection to verify that there's no.
So right now, if someone has multiple violations, like you said, they could have 5, and 4 of them they could easily fix, and that 5th one takes them a long time and might push them into, who knows, maybe they get daily fines. Are all 4 of the other ones, would they be added to the daily fines because they can't actually clear it?
So yes and no, depending on the magistrate's order. If the magistrate sets an order and says it's a $250 a day fine and does not distinguish between the 5 violations that are on the case and they're in non-compliance for a period of time, then technically that $250, if you don't have full compliance, that $250 a day can start running. Whereas if they're separated, that's not going to be a scenario, because you'll have compliance in those other cases. It won't either go to magistrate or they'll be cured within that time frame, and the only thing that would go into daily fines would be something that is not compliant.
And it doesn't matter, and the initial notice of violation, they are given compliance time. So there is that initial piece where if there are 4 violations that have been completed, maybe only the 5th is going to actually go to special magistrate. So if they didn't comply within the allotted given compliance date from the notice of violation. So whatever goes to the special magistrate is then given additional time, usually, and then at that point, after that, is when the fines would start to accrue.
So if we follow what you're what you're proposing, and there's a significant amount of time, even before they go to violation, they'll get a warning, then they would go into violation, then, there's multiple stages before they get to daily fines, and before you would even get to doing a cease and desist. And then beyond that would be injunctive relief. So there's we're adding layers before
Yes.
you get to these, right?
Exactly. And we're adding touch points. We want to have specific intentional touch points with the customer during that period of time and not just waiting, and that's not fair to our code officers. They do have, contact with folks, but these are intentional touch points where, contact would be made and opportunities and discussions could be had with people that need assistance.
Well, my last question, and saved it for last, this is all really good for future violations. How do we address existing outstanding violations that are out there right now? Do you have any recommendations for that, or is that a future workshop?
So, no. Yes, we have answers. No, we don't. It doesn't require a future workshop unless you would like one. So things for existing cases, the cases are going to move forward as the process currently dictates. We would have the opportunity to use cease and desist and injunctive relief on existing cases. We don't need to wait to do that if we have, the appropriate scenario for those things. And at the same time, things like the notices of intent to lien and those opportunities, we could do that starting right away too. And when I say right away, within a reasonable period of time. Obviously, there's programming involved and there's some training internally that would need to occur. So it won't happen tomorrow, but it would affect existing cases, I guess.
So for us as a board, and this would be, I know in the past there's been, amnesty times or some of this. So if we're going to move forward making a change like this, should this be something that we kind of give a little bit of a grace period for those, before we get to doing cease and desist and injunctive, because it is coming down the road if this board decides? Is there an option to kind of give people here's your chance to get out from under this before we get to these future stages? And that's for the rest of the board to discuss. But I do think we need to start moving forward with what's existing and not doing such large discounts once a property is sold 10, 15 years down the road. I mean, that's not really fair to the neighbors, so.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Baxter, recognized.
Hi, guys. I just wanted to say thank you. I mean, overall, you put a lot of thought, a lot of effort. I think you did a beautiful job of threading a needle, I think, between what all 7 of your commissioners like. I think not everyone might be 100%, but it's not compromise, right? I have to say I do love the team idea, so that was great. I do love that we're trying to move thoughtfully with this. And an idea to Commissioner Woodward's point might be like an effective date. We might want to consider something to that. Say, I don't know if it makes it more clean of a budget year or if it's a new year. Maybe the administrator has some thoughts, but trying to. And I would like a legal opinion too. I don't know if Shannon can answer this today. But if we start trying to retroactively, if we implement this and then start applying these cease and desists right away, where is the legal? I mean, if they're already in the process and they weren't aware prior to that process starting, what our ordinance would be.
I mean, our code already allows for it. It's in Article 10 that the executive director can issue a cease and desist. So it's not something new. It's something the code already provides for. But I think it would only be used in those cases where someone has already been through the entire process without correcting their violation, and we need to take an additional step in order to try to achieve compliance. But like I said, it's something that's been on the books for many years, so it's an available remedy right now.
And we can also, I don't want to overuse the word outreach, but we can actually, put information on our website and do some additional things like that to kind of advise the public that there's some tools that we will be implementing and maybe put the word out there in that respect if that.
Oh, thank you.
It's a very good idea. Ms. Baker, will we be coming back at a certain point to vote on these changes that have been proposed today during this workshop, or, and do we have a date certain?
Some of these options are really available to us. And so for those that are available to us, we'll be, again, thread that needle very carefully to bring people into compliance and try to reduce the actual fining period. And other things that we need to come back to you that is not under my authority, we'll come back to you as soon as we lay it all out. But for the most part, I think we can do what has been laid out today without necessarily coming back to the board.
And I'm saying specifically with regard to the name change and with regard to the additional of officers and the CAT idea, as well as having officers assigned to different areas of the county, which is, all these are excellent ideas. Some of them will incur costs. So will we be voting on this in a date certain?
As far as staff and how they're
Allocated,
assigned,
yeah.
that's the division will address that issue and set up those. Anything having to do with adding additional positions will come back to the board, and that'll be during the budget process, so we can look at it across the board. Other things that, I can't think of anything right off the top of my head that I would need to come back for you for further direction. If we did, we would definitely put it on a regular board meeting or a zoning meeting, and then bring it back to you. But I can't think of anything right off the top
The
of my head. I'm
name
looking at
change, anything
Patrick.
like that, Mr. Rutter?
The only thing I'd add, Mayor, would be,
Are you on?
the only thing I'd add would be, we can advise the board, some of these points, as the administrator was saying, that are procedural, that are internal policy ones. We can advise the board when we're going to begin to implement them. The other point I would add, there was a discussion on amnesty. We would want to let you know and have that discussion with you as well on the parameters of that and how that would work. Fair bit of lead time as well.
And the name change?
Name change, I think we're looking, just implement that internally as well.
Well, we need to double check whether it's in the administrative code and is laid out in there. If it's in the administrative code, we would need a change, an ordinance change in order to correct it. If it is not laid out specifically in the administrative code, then we would just, if you're giving us direction today to move in that direction, we'll move in that direction. If we need to make any official changes, we'll come back to the board and get that done.
All right, very good. I just.
Did you give us directions on amnesty?
No, we haven't.
Okay.
If,
Okay.
not looking to do it, if there was a discussion another day.
I'm sorry, I just panicked when I hear the word amnesty.
Okay. It is pretty quiet. Okay, we have a couple of cards, and then at that time, we're going to open it up. I just want to say that I didn't realize other commissioners, probably one issue that we hear a lot from our constituents is code enforcement. I personally like code enforcement because it puts teeth into our code. If you want to add code enforcement and compliance, that's fine. But when I see a code enforcement officer walking my neighborhood, it's respect. And I think that, if we need to review that later, we can. But that's my personal opinion. Anyways, I just want to state that there was an issue in my neighborhood of a residence, and this is why I'm also very pleased about the possibility of having officers for different areas in the county. My area in the county is unusual as far as the Ag Reserve to East Boca. They don't have many goats walking around. If they do, let me know. But it's, it's different, and it would be good, because that way the code enforcement officer is sort of knowledgeable, also with the people who live in that area. And if we need to make budgetary changes, I've said this over and over again, we need more officers to take care of the county. But with that in mind, we have a residence in my community that is owned by a foreign country that is not necessarily an ally of this country, and it has some very unusual developments going on. Ms. Carroll, you have been extremely proactive in watching this. and keeping an eye on what develops there. We have, this county is changing with regard to types of uses for residents. There's a possibility that there would be a cyber, what do they call it?
Cyber currency.
Cyber
Bitcoin.
currency farm, which is, which could be used for the dark web and in a residential area. There's a lot of issues that we have not seen for years. Even in Miami-Dade, and I lived there for many years, we have, I'm sure that they also share our multi-diverse groups that are coming here with their purposes. So whatever we can do to enhance this code enforcement group and our officers, whatever protection we can give them, whatever budgetary needs you need, I am with you all the way because I've been part of this whole enforcement that you've been doing, and I'm sure other commissioners as well. So I want to thank you. Before we get to the cards, I'd like to recognize Vice Mayor Marino.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand your opinion about code enforcement. I think the discussion about code compliance came up because we want to show folks in the community that we want to work with them. And I think compliance is more apropos for that. Code enforcement means the big arm of the law. And I believe if people believe we want to work with them more so than enforce, be strong-armed, I think that would go a long way for people coming into compliance. So again, I restate the fact that I like the name to be code compliance and not code enforcement. Thank you.
Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Okay, Pia Scorin, followed by Risa McCare, followed by Carol Reeve.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Commissioners.
Morning.
Thanks
You're
so much for your
recognized.
time. I do want to say it all sounds very good. I'm sure you have some nits to pick out, but sounds good. I did want to know how much, or do you have to have a complaint in order to utilize code compliance?
I don't know the answer to that, but maybe you could complete your statement and then we
sure.
could get some, since it's a workshop.
I also thought that weekend and evening coverage was important. We haven't seen that. We have seen some issues recently in our area. Well, just to tell you, I have worked with permitting. We've had no problems. They've always helped us. And people that we've known who have code issues that were building related had 6 months to comply, which they did, and it appeared to work well. So I think that was a reasonable amount of time. We have run into some issues in our area. We know we've got the semi-truck issues. We would appreciate it, those of us who are not in favor of the trucks, are not in favor of grandfathering because we think that's how we got here, and people see trucks and they think they can park there. So we're hoping that we'll get an update before your next meeting so we have an opportunity to weigh in as well and we're not blindsided. I have some concerns about the front yard fencing. As you discussed, code compliance cannot go onto somebody's property without permission, which means if you have opaque fencing, opaque bushes, people have hidden whatever they have in there. There's rats and vermin and bugs and mosquitoes, and I don't think that's a great idea. And I think you should talk to law enforcement before you do that because, you have domestic violence, we have Wacos, you really need to think that through. We also have no through truck signs in our area. No one seems to be enforcing that. Who's responsible for enforcing that? We've had several accidents on our street. We need some stop signs, perhaps. How do we go about doing that? We also have food trucks that are popping up on residential properties. What's the policy for that? Can it happen in the yard next to me? I don't see much compliance going on there. And I don't see any compliance other than complaint-driven. So I live on a fairly main street. There are many, many things that can be seen as you drive by. We don't see them being addressed. Agritainment is one of the issues that we currently are having in terms of garbage. So somebody has an event on a weekend, garbage pickup isn't until Tuesday. They put their garbage out after the event, and it sits there all weekend long until garbage comes, and sometimes garbage can't even pick it all up, so it sits there for another week.
Thank you so much, Ms. Squire.
Thank you very much.
I know you've been here most of the day, and if you would like, you could stay. We're going to finish up pretty soon. You could talk with one of our officers to get those answers. Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
You're recognized. State your name.
Risa McCarher, Heritage Farms. Just want to say thank you to code enforcement. You guys go above and beyond. You have been there for everything we have had. I love the new ideas, it's all great. But we're still, not only Heritage Farms, but Seminole Ranches, I speak to them all the time. Loxahatchee, there are violators that are going over 3 years, 5 years, 6 years. These are the issues that we need to put our teeth into. You can't be letting these people come here and get 95% of their fines reduced. Everyone sees it. Whether you believe it or not, they see it, they talk to each other, and that's an issue. I would also love if the county commission on a state level would help with the name issue. Having to give your name as a complainant is dangerous. You talked about how the times are changing. This is a dangerous issue. I've had people come to my house. I know I've had friends in Loxahatchee who have been confronted for turning people in. It's dangerous, and it needs to be addressed. And your help on a state level would be great with that. And then, businesses versus homeowners. I had to write it on my hand. That's a difference, and that should be something that you're looking at when you're reducing fines. Businesses are making tons of money off of hurting our communities, and you need to look at that when you're reducing these fines. And I think that's it. So thanks again.
Thank you so much. Let me ask staff, this is a workshop, but are complainants' names and contacts, are they confidential or are they open to the public?
No, it's a public record.
Public record. Okay.
State changed that 2 years ago.
What was that, Commissioner White?
State changed it 2 years ago.
Okay.
It be confidential. if they
This
want to be
attorney?
anonymous.
The state, talk to us about anonymous and confidential and public.
Code enforcement used to take anonymous complaints. The state statute changed in 2021, which prohibited the county from taking anonymous complaints except for basically life safety type violations that are an imminent threat to public health, safety, or welfare, or an imminent threat to the environment. So that would take a legislative change to change the way code enforcement accepts complaints.
Can we enact a county ordinance that would define? No, we can't. I know the answer to that. Okay, but if somebody called in a complaint and they said, somebody calls in a complaint and says whatever, that there's an issue with their neighbor and they're concerned about their neighbor being possibly hostile if they found out that their neighbor had complained, could not our code enforcement folks explain to them, we have to let you know that will be public, except if this is a complaint concerning, and then the exceptions that the state law has noted, this may make it easier for folks to call in, and of course for public safety as well. So it's interesting that the state law doesn't have a blanket rule about all complaints need to be public. They do say there's exceptions. And possibly we could have part of our process here in the county to say that if this is a complaint that you're concerned with public health, public safety, environment, because of whatever, then we will consider this complaint to be anonymous.
So the way, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the way that the statute reads, it is up to the officer or the entity receiving the complaint to make a determination whether they have sufficient evidence to determine that there's an imminent threat to health, safety, welfare, or the environment. So I can tell you that in Miami-Dade that we addressed it very similar to what you're recommending. And when people have called and said, I want to make an anonymous complaint, they are provided with the information that, due to the Florida statute, there's a whole paragraph actually that I wrote.
Right.
That says, due to the statute, blah, 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 complaints may not be anonymous unless this exception. And so in order to determine, in order for the complaining or complaint receiving entity to make that determination, the complaint needs to be with enough specificity to be able to make that determination.
But just 1 second. It doesn't say that in the statute. It just says, it doesn't say that it has to be stated with specificity or anything else other than the possibility when a code enforcement officer goes there, then he or she should read, or if you get a complaint on the phone, we should read the exceptions.
Right.
We should read the law.
Sure.
We should read the law.
Right.
And I don't believe the law, as stated by the attorney, says has to be done with specificity.
No,
I'm sure that if somebody said, I want to know who made this complaint, they have access to our courts. And they can go to the court and address that need on the state statute. I'm not giving them legal advice. What I'm just saying is that that's very good that we do that. However, I think that we should make a note that is read exactly the way the statute says.
And the specificity component is really just to provide enough information so that that officer has the ability to make the determination that they can pursue it as
Not an obligation, no. It's not a requirement.
Correct.
If the officer, in the officer's good judgment, says, I think that according to what I have seen and according to what I know, this will remain anonymous, and to say that to the person so they know it will be anonymous or it will be public record. Do we need a greater discussion on this, or can we leave it at that? Because I know our officers, they get it. They get it.
They're not allowed to do any investigation prior to making that determination, which is why I refer to specificity. In other words, what you hand them, the four corners of the information that's been handed to them, they have to utilize that and that alone to make that determination.
Absolutely.
So the more that you hand them, the better.
Sure. And of
I
course,
guess
the
what I'm trying to say.
complainant needs to know that.
Exactly.
Absolutely. So I think that we need to make sure that our officers our officers already know that. But I think it's an important thing, Ms. Fox, to make sure that we read the law as stated. Nothing, no other.
Embellishment.
Thank you. I was looking for that word. Thank you. Okay. I think we're done.
Carol?
Oh. And who else?
And we have one on.
Could we?
One non-speaking, which.
Okay. You're recognized, ma'am. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor Saxon, Commissioners. So I really like all the ideas that the code enforcement has come up with. I live in one of the neighborhoods where a lot of those egregious properties are residing. The couple things that came to my mind when you issued the notices of violation to people, what I found in the properties on my road that are not in compliance is there is such a long length of time in contacting the absentee owner, hiding under multiple shell LLCs, and even finding who owns the property is an issue. And would there possibly be a way to notify the tenants that what they're doing on the properties is really not allowable? And is there a way to do that with these absentee landlords or slumlords, I should say? Because I think if you notify the tenants that what they're doing is not in compliance, as well as the owner, that you might have a little more success. I don't know if that's doable. And then the other thing is evening and weekend shifts, because that's when all the nonsense goes on. And then I think there should be no grace for repeat violators whatsoever. No fine reductions, because I've got a few of those in my neighborhood too. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Okay, I think this was excellent presentation. Commissioner Whites, I think you have something to say?
Yep, we have one other card. It's a non-speaking card, and my understanding is that it just becomes part of the record.
Or receive and file the cards.
Yep. And then I just want to say to the folks at Quote, first off, I really appreciate all the work you all are doing. I think it's definitely moves things in a positive direction to making it more customer friendly, which, as we know, in the vast majority of these cases, people are trying to do the right thing. Mistakes get made, something happens, or they were not aware of it, and they quickly correct it. And I think that's what you all are trying to get to. To our code enforcement folks, I can't thank you enough. The job your officers do, the men and women, the abuse they sometimes are subjected to, the difficult situations that they're put into, just let them know how much gratitude I think we all have for them and the respect we have for the job that they do. We had a situation, you all came out, we were just out in Pioneer Road location. You talk about egregious. You talk about somebody just making the neighbors' lives miserable in order to basically do whatever they want on their property after they've been advised numerous times that they were in violation. They didn't care. And their neighbors continued to suffer. And the fact that you all went out there and I know I can see the cease and desist being a very important component of what needs to happen with that case. So I want to thank you all. I really do.
So well said, Commissioner. And let me echo that as well. I've met with code enforcement officers in my area neighborhood, and you do an amazing job. And Ms. Carroll, you run a tight ship here. Whatever we can do to get more sales for their ship, I'm on it. To me, it's code enforcement. If you're out there with cameras, body cams, and maybe law enforcement officers with you, maybe code enforcement and code compliance, whatever. But you guys got a tough job, and I appreciate all you do. At that, you're excused. Thank you so much. Good to see you. And for the, Ms. Baker has something to say.
Just clarification.
Okay.
I'd like to thank staff and the previous Housing and Economic Development staff. The workshops have been awesome. Just clarification, because we're on a misstep. Are we code enforcement, code compliance, or code compliance and enforcement?
I think the determination is by code. Can we change it? Can the Board of County change it right now?
But
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out which way we're going.
Which one we want to go with. Well, I think that we probably have a couple of different ideas. So if I could hear from my colleagues, one is missing. Oh, here she is. And then we're going to take a break right after this, Commissioner Baxter. So why don't I start with Commissioner Barnett? Do you have something to say about code? See, now let's, Ms. Baker, is code enforcement, or we have code compliance, or we have code enforcement and compliance? Okay, so Commissioner Barnett, you are ready.
As they say, a rose by any other name.
So poetic, thank you.
I think there may be a good point made by Vice Mayor Marino in changing the name to code compliance. If it's friendlier and more acceptable to the public, I'm fine with that change. Code compliance for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward?
I do like code compliance, but I actually don't want to lose enforcement, so I would vote for code compliance and enforcement.
Okay. Commissioner Weiss?
So I'm for simpler is better and not as many words, so I would go with code compliance.
Thank you. Commissioner Baxter? Yeah.
So I don't think my opinion matters at this point. We have 3 for code compliance.
No, not necessarily. Your opinion always matters.
Honestly, if you guys feel that's best, if you think our officers are getting harassed and called enforcers, then okay. I guess I don't really have strong opinions one way or the other. I think it is more cost effective to just say code enforcement and simpler and less work when a department that's already bogged down. But again, outside of that, I really don't have any huge issue one way or the other. So, but I think we're at, again, 3 with code compliance.
Vice Mayor Marino?
It's easy to see everybody's opinion and point of view, but I do like code compliance, and I do think that we can, as we retire vehicles and whatnot, change over. I don't think it's something we need to do at one juncture or change everything. People's shirts wear out. People, we're getting new cars. Signs are getting faded. It's easy enough to do on a computer. That's instantaneous. Printing is instantaneous. But we do need to make sure that it's either an ordinance or a resolution. So with that, I would say code compliance. Thank you.
I would say that we need to be consistent. If you see a truck coming by and it says code enforcement, and you get a letter from code compliance, we may have a legal issue. So Commissioner Baxter, before I finish my sentence.
No, I was just say, to that point, I do agree with that. I do think we need uniformity.
Right.
Across the board, whether it's code compliance or code enforcement, again. But we do need to have some uniform so that our residents aren't confused. Forms are saying different things. T-shirts I understand the idea of trying to phase it in. That doesn't escape me. But I want to be consistent, and I want our residents to know exactly who they're dealing with, and not think we have 2 different departments, right? Code compliance and code enforcement. And that creates a whole nother level of exasperation to them. So I would like us to, whichever direction we go, to have some uniform quality to that.
Let me ask you, staff, what do you like? Because you're the ones who have to wear the shirts. You're the ones that go out on people's yards and tell them that whatever their fence is not done or animals are out. What may I ask you if you have let me start with you, Ms. Carroll, you're the head of the department. What is your pleasure?
I'm actually good with code enforcement, but I like the idea of phasing it possibly to code compliance. Maybe as we start bringing out some of these initiatives, we phase that as an effort and as a public outreach type of thing, and to change that image, so to speak.
Maybe we should revisit this in 6 months or something? What do you suggest?
We could do that, or go ahead, Cindy.
Okay.
So, am I on? I'm on now. So I think some of the tools that we've rolled out today are going to, especially the more extensive, the cease and desist and the injunctive relief,
sure,
regardless of what we call ourselves, are going to be available. And the intention, I believe, is to have a more community-faced approach. And in that respect, I think code compliance does that. As to how we do it, over what period of time, we can definitely look at what the budgetary requirements will be. It may not be as significant as we're thinking, but we can definitely put a pencil to that and determine
Sure.
exactly how much it would run to do it all in one fell swoop or to do it phased in over time.
Well, yeah, because I'd like to know what you like to be called, more than us telling you what you should be called. Do you have anything to say, Mr. the code enforcement officers here?
coming from a law enforcement background, I automatically, instinctively revert to enforcement. Enforcement is what we do and how we gain compliance in certain aspects of it, but also coming from a community-oriented division prior to this, I understand the word compliance. It is a softer feel, a much more approachable, engaging type of relationship that we would have with people. And what, again, is our goal? Compliance. So I agree. I do like the goal, the name change to code compliance, understanding that we are an enforcement entity of PZB.
That's right.
And what we do. I agree with Commissioner Baxter in that the uniformity, but I also understand from an administrative aspect of it, we just receive new shirts, and what do we do with these new shirts that say code enforcement? And I don't like to waste, coming from a very impoverished background. I don't waste anything. I would take a Sharpie and change it to compliance, but we're not going to do that. So again, to round it all about, I would say code and compliance is a very good name change, a positive name change, but what we do is still the same.
Still the same, okay. 2 minutes, sure. You're the guys that have to wear the shirts, so walk into people.
Yeah, so, I've been doing this here for 28 years. It's always been code enforcement. It's a little archaic, honestly. A lot of the other, departments in the counties, cities, states, they're all seem to be going more to compliance. It's a softer semantic term that people probably like better. The public, that is.
Okay. I think it's important we hear from you all. Ms. Baker, you want to close this down?
Give us an opportunity to get together to figure out what the fiscal impact is going to be. We heard you loud and clear, compliance.
I like the Sharpie,
And so we just want, I really like the Sharpie, but give us an opportunity so we can tell you what the fiscal impact will be, but then also a phased approach. So a lot of these things that we've laid out today, we can move forward with without changing the name. And maybe in 6 months, we're in a position where we have the dollars, we know how many positions are going to be where, and we'll know how to reorder shirts. Unless we can actually buy a patch and put right, no, but we'll look at options.
Thank you. Commissioner Barnett, did you have your light on?
Just quickly, I know, for example, some cities call their police departments public safety departments. They accomplish the same goal. They still lock you up if you commit a crime, whether they're called police departments or public safety. Likewise here with code enforcement, I was wondering if, aside from the aesthetics of changing the name, if you know of any examples of other counties where it actually made a difference in gaining compliance from residents or business owners, whether they were approached by a code compliance officer as compared to a code enforcement officer. It may be difficult to find that information, but if we're asking you to go through the trouble of changing your name, I expect that it's going to yield some kind of benefit or result for you and the work you do and for the county, and as well as the public.
Thank you very much. Wow, we talked more about the name than we did about anybody else. Thank you so much, really much. Thank you. And we're going to be in recess. It's almost 2 o'clock. Shall we say 3 o'clock? No, it's an hour and 38. Oh, I mean, it's, so how about if we come back at 2:45? Is that okay with everybody? We're in 2:45. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks again. Thank you. Whitney?